Attention in the barns. Attention in the barns. Our judge for today has just arrived. He has asked that we start promptly at 9 a.m. It is 8:50. This is your first call. First call for the 2025 Beef Show. Classes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. The classes are small. Heck, let's throw in class 7 and 8. The classes are small. They're going to go rather quickly. The breeding show is going to move along. First call, classes 1 through 8. 1 through 8. We will start at 9 a.m. Attention in the hog barns. Attention in the swine barn. Swine weigh-in is coming to an end. It will end at 8 a.m. Swine weigh-in will end at 8 a.m. 9 a.m., excuse me. I'm a day ahead and a day late. Swine check-in, get them checked in. Second call, beef barn. Second call, beef barn, classes 1 through 8. Second call, we are starting at 9 a.m. Clover Kid exhibitors, beef. You can pick up your exhibitor numbers from the announcer stand. Please come to the announcer stand to pick up your exhibitor numbers. Last call, last call. Classes 1 through 8, beef show. Classes 1 through 8, you should be in the Gail Happy Pavilion. First call. Classes 9 through 14, first call. Main and Jew, Shorthorn plus Scimitars, first call. Attention in the swine barn, pig weigh-ins are now closed. Pig weigh-ins are now closed. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to welcome you to the 2025 Saunders County Beef Show. Our judge today is Justin Slaybaugh. Let's give Justin a round of applause and a warm Saunders County welcome. Entering the ring at this time, Class 1 Angus breeding heifers. Class 1 Angus breeding heifers. We have one exhibitor.
Well, good morning. Good to be back here again at Saunders County this year to Source Your Beef Cattle Show. Really look forward to what we're going to see today. It was extremely high quality last year, and a good way to start out here with a single entry Angus heifer, young lady brings kind of an April age yearling type heifer here to me, and one that I really appreciate. Just in terms of maternal look in this heifer, I think as time continues on, this one's going to develop into a really nice kind of cow in production for the young lady. I think when you get this one in motion, plenty flexible there in terms of her lower joints, gets out here and sets up and paints a really nice picture. And then I think when you step in behind, you appreciate her even more. That one's awfully bold in terms of her upper rib cage, works back into a big stout hip, and then still from the side profile. Gives you a lot to appreciate just in terms of balance and quality and the way she's assembled. My congratulations to the young lady. We'll keep on moving.
Results, Class 1, receiving first purple, Julia Wolf. We'll give Julia a second to tie her calf. Entering the ring at this time, Class 2, we have one exhibitor. This heifer was born in September of 2024.
Working to another single entry here in this Angus show here, and one that's kind of a come and fall yearling age-wise. I think relative to her age, stage of growth, there's a lot of things you have to appreciate in her. I think when she stops and stands still, that's probably the picture that she paints best, in my opinion. That heifer's really attractive there ahead of her shoulder. I think that one is one that reads with the right kind of body length. And then when you get her out of motion, albeit maybe just a little tight in her spine and uncomfortable out here this morning, she gets out and flexes off both ends of her lower skeleton and uses her lower joints extremely well. I think, again, one that you have to appreciate just in terms of how she's made, how she's assembled, still comes put together with more than enough dimension and shape from behind. My congratulations to the young lady. We'll see that one back out here in just a second.
Results, Class 2, receiving first purple, Julia Wolf. At this time, we'll make the selection of the champion and reserve champion Angus heifers.
Really nice pair of class-winning Angus heifers out here, and I know one thing for sure, we had a repeat offender with both class winners, so she knows she's going to be first and she's going to be second. And so I think the two really respectable type of cattle. You like the build, you like the flexibility. You know, you can make the argument for either of these heifers out here. I'm going to go with the one that just tells me a little bit more about what she's going to be long term, and we'll use the first class winner to be your champion. Second class winner will be reserved out here. My congratulations to you, young lady.
Champion Angus heifer from Class 1, shown by Julia Wolf. It was an April 28, 2024, born heifer. Reserve champion Angus heifer from Class 2, shown by Julia Wolf. That heifer was a September 27th of 24, born heifer. Entering the ring this time, Charlai's. Class 3, you should have one exhibitor. Class 3, Charlai heifers.
Well, just one entry out here in the Charlotte purebred division here this morning, but I think a young man brings me a nice calf here that I think one that has some really good future. She's really raw and green out here today, but I think when you analyze, there's plenty of performance in that heifer. I think when you step in behind and study the cattle, that one no doubt is going to be a big, burly, stout kind of cow. We're quite a ways down the road here, but there's a lot of potential in her. I like her length of body, I like her performance, and then when she gets out here, she does so quite comfortably in terms of her feet and legs. Really nice one to be default winner here in the Charlotte division. My congratulations to the young man.
Results, Class 3A, preceding first purple, Kendall Benish. In the ring at this time, Class 3, Charlotte Composites, we have one exhibitor. This heifer was born April 20th, 2024.
We'll keep working through here and get into the Charlotte Composite breed here, and again another standalone breed winner, but one again I think is probably a little different speed from what we've seen so far this morning. A little extra density and stoutness of bone and skeleton underneath it, and then when you step in behind the cattle, no doubt this one's got a big old pin set and hip laid into her. If we can enhance this heifer in a few spots maybe, we'd like to see her hook up just a little stronger there right out of the back side of her shoulder, come a little bolder there in the upper portion of her rib, and maybe ever so slightly start to soften her up just in terms of her rear rib and flank. But I do think one, no doubt, you have to appreciate the added stoutness of skeleton, added power when you step in behind, and still with all that dimension, gets out here and motors pretty comfortably across the ring. My congratulations to the young lady. That will be your champion, Charlotte Composite.
Entering the ring at this time, Class 4. Results, Class 3, Charlotte Composites, Morgan Clement, first purple. I'd like to let everybody know, first off, if you have a producer or maybe grandma, grandpa, aunts, uncles, brothers, sisters, maybe the neighbor down the road that couldn't make it to today's show, for whatever reason, they can go on to YouTube and watch the show live if they wish. You go to YouTube, and I think it's Saunders County, I don't remember what it is, Saunders County Online. Saunders County Online, that's it. And you can watch the show live from the comfort of your own home. Number 2, in the ring at this time, you'll see 2 young ladies, wave ladies. These ladies are with Abby Miller Photography out of Wahoo. Saunders County. They are here to take pictures, professional pictures of the entire show. Now, the pictures that they take in the ring around the fairgrounds, those are all for sale. All right, you can go online and look at those and buy these photos. Or if you would like a picture of your 4-H'er and their project for free, you can go down here in the northwest corner of the Gale Hatton Pavilion under the Saunders County Fair logo, and they will take that picture, and it is free to you. Abby Miller, a photo, she's commissioned by the Saunders County Fair Board, Saunders County Extension staff. It's a great perk here in Saunders County. Take advantage of it. Ladies, thank you for being here.
We're into this key division here, and we'll leave a little suspense to it since we just have two only in this division, and so we'll just talk the cattle individually, and I'll start with the one up front. I think when she stops and stands still, that's probably your favorite view of that heifer. I think from a proportionality standpoint, that one from her shoulder back's awfully nice there, and then even still ahead of her shoulder, I think she reads plenty maternal and attractive in terms of her look. If we could maybe enhance that heifer ever so slightly, would like to see her be just a little bit more comfortable at the ground every now and then on that left rear specifically. She can kind of labor and want to get a little bit more insecure in that rear pasture. But I think one stopped on the standstill, you really appreciate. You like her dimension from behind. You know, pivoting to the heifer behind before we place her here just to talk. I think that's one, if you want to talk about extension ahead of her shoulder, she probably has the advantage there. I think when we study her on the bottom side of her shoulder blade there, though, a little bit plainer in terms of the base of her chest, probably carrying a bit more cover out here today. And then I think when we get her in motion, if we can enhance her as well, maybe like to see her a little bit more comfortable and level the way she moves out of her hip. It all kind of just works one piece into another. She's just a little shorter from her hooks to her pins, round slightly out of her hip, and it gets a bit more insecure. So I think it's a nice pair of heifers. For me, I'm going to go elect with a little extra body shape, performance, and dimension, along with a better look. That one up front will be your champion. One right behind her will be reserved. Put your hands together for those two exhibitors.
Results. Champion Kenia, shown by Tucker Barta. Reserve champion, shown by Allison Rezach. In the ring at this time, Class 5, mini Herefords. We have one exhibitor. Attention in the barns. Attention in the barns. Last call. Last call. Classes 9 through 14. 9 through 14, main and Jew, Shorthorn, Shorthorn Plus. We're down here into this next division. Young man brings me a really nice mini Hereford heifer, and I think, we can kind of sit here and discuss, but relative to her size, relative to her breed type, I think there's a lot of good in this one. If you just study her in terms of her center body, and when you step in behind,
there's plenty of dimension and mass in that heifer. I think when you get her out in motion, that's one that it still reads with enough flexibility for me. You know, if we could maybe enhance her in a spot or two, we'd probably like to lean her up just in terms of condition ever so slightly. She's carrying a little extra cover out there. But I do think, one again, relative to her breed type, being out here by herself, awfully nice one to be a single entry. My congratulations to the young man on that heifer.
Results, Class 5, Minnie Herford. First purple, Jackson Drews. Entering the ring at this time, Class 6, we have 2 exhibitors. Class 6, Pole Herefords, 2 exhibitors. These heifers were born April 2nd and March 5th of 2024.
Work out in here into this Pole Hereford division, and again, when we have 2 in a class like this, I'll just talk these 2 individually before I share a placing with you. We'll start with the young man's heifer up front here, and I think that's one that it just checks a lot of boxes for me. I think, you know, when you study her, that one's plenty flexible in terms of her structure. I think in terms of body shape and dimension, we have to really appreciate that one. And still, when she wants to cooperate and kind of ease up out here a little bit, and she'll set up and paint you a nice picture from the side. Inversely, the one that's going to be right behind, I think just in terms of performance, frame size, and length of body, definitely holds some advantage there. That heifer, a lot of grow in her, but if we could maybe enhance her, you know, we'd like to see her softer in terms of her ribs. She reads just a little harder to me in terms of her center body. I think if we can add a little bit more body to that heifer, the pair gets a little closer. For me, we'll leave them how they stand. Young man will be first in this class, young lady will be second behind him. My congratulations to those 2.
Results, Class 6, Pole Herefords. First purple, Jackson Drews. Second purple, Kate Field. Entering the ring at this time, Class 7, Pole Hereford heifers. This heifer was born January 30th of 2024.
Worked out here into this class with single entry Horn Hereford, and I want to commend the young man. This heifer doesn't want to quite give it to him today. She's a little uneasy out here, but he's doing a nice job getting her stuck. And when he does get her stuck like that, you can see why he likes dragging this heifer around. She's old and maternal in terms of her center body. I think when you study her from a structural standpoint, there's plenty of good there. She reads with plenty of flexibility out of her shoulder. I would call her functional enough in terms of her hip and hind leg when she gets out here and moves. If we could maybe change her in a spot or two, we'd like to maybe lean her up just in terms of that condition she's carrying out here today. She's got a little extra, causes her to be a little bit more prominent there in her chest floor. But I do think really nice single entry Horn Hereford effort. My congratulations to the young man.
Results Class 7, first purple, Case of Drews. At this time, we'll make the selection of our champion Hereford heifer. From Class 6, entering the ring will be Jackson Drews. As this heifer was born February 29th of 24. Entering the ring for Class 7, Case of Drews. His heifer was born January 30th, 2024.
Making selection, for your champion overall Hereford here, and we got two nice class winners here. We talked to both in class here, but I do think there's some similarities in these cattle. Both cattle that read really maternal in terms of their body, and in terms of the rib cage. Both cattle that you have to appreciate the functionality. For me, when we talk about balance and probably just being a bit more attractive in terms of their structure, the winner out of the first class will be your champion. We'll jump to second place back out here in consideration for your reserve champion Hereford heifer. And again, I think one we talked about that we sure appreciate performance like the body in that heifer. I think the young lady's doing a nice job getting that heifer shown. For me, I'm just going to go with the added body and dimension. Young man out of the second class will be your reserve.
I'll let you get mine.
What do you want?
Entering this time, Class 8 limousines. Class 8 limousines. Champion Hereford heifers for the last class, shown by Jackson Drews. Jackson came out of Class 6. Reserve champion Hereford heifer, shown by Kate Field. Kate also came out of Class 6 with her heifer. Congratulations to them.
She got one day.
Correction. Kason Drews out of Class 7 was our reserve champion Hereford Heifer showman. Kason Drews.
Working in this limousine division here in a single entry, I think, in my mind, definitely could stand some more competition out here. I think she's probably, in terms of what we've talked about from just breeding fundamentals all day, she definitely checks a lot of those boxes. I think this heifer gets out here and moves around the ring with plenty of flexibility. I like the added stoutness of bone and dimension that this heifer has at the surface. And then when she wants to kind of cooperate via show heifer, she can really give you a nice lift from the side profile. That one's got plenty of body and dimension, one step in behind. And if we could maybe enhance her slightly, soften her up just a little bit in her flank to enhance her balance from that side profile. But a really nice single entry heifer out here. Go ahead and give that young lady a round of applause. My congratulations to her.
Results Class A, receiving first purple, Bailey Grant. Entering the ring at this time, Class 9, Main Anjou, Class 9. First call, Simmentals. First call, Simmentals. You've got plenty of time. I want to take a moment this morning and let you know that wonderful odor coming through the barn is not the cattle, although they do smell good. It is soybeans. Soybean donuts to be exact. And then directly behind me, the Saunders County Soybean Growers Association is making donuts. And you're feeling a little itch. About 9:30, it's time for a snack. We have fresh donuts. We also want to let you know that the Boy Scout troop is behind me even further back under the canopy. They are making breakfast burritos, and they told me they're also making breakfast pancakes. A pancake with a burrito type filling. From years prior, I know they're very, very good. Please help support these organizations.
We work into this next division here, and I'm just going to go ahead and elect to lead the cattle as they stand. Young lady up front will be first, and I'll share my reasoning with you. I think when you study this heifer, just in terms of quality that we've seen today so far, I think this one's right up there with some of the best ones. Study this heifer from the side profile, just where I'm standing right here first. And I think that probably is where you start to really like this heifer. That one's attractive. She's really long and extended ahead of her shoulder, and yet she's not so tight in terms of her jaw and so pencil-neck that you call her hard doing. I still think that one reads plenty maternal look to her up front. From there back, she's bold and dimensional in terms of her rib cage, and then I think when you step in behind, you're not disappointed. There's plenty of power in that heifer. She gets out here, moves, and I think the structure there is plenty acceptable on that heifer, and quite good actually. She's flexible. If we can maybe enhance her ever so slightly, I don't think it changes her functionality, but aesthetically, just looking at her, if she had just a little bit more set to her hock, I think then you'd really struggle to pick a hole in that heifer. But structure. Just maybe not as attractive as some in terms of the way she puts her rear leg to the ground as we've seen thus far. A really, really nice heifer to go ahead and win this class. Young ladies heifer that's going to come second is one I think that in a different class probably can get her way working to the top. I think this heifer reads with a good turn to her center body. I think that one's plenty extended ahead of her shoulder as well. She's just a little bit more bound up in terms of muscle and the way she wants to get out of her hip and hind leg. That heifer's got a big old pin set laid into her as she's down in terms of her hip. And I think it works to her detriment ever so slightly. She's a little rounder there at her hip. She wants to get that rear leg up under herself just a little too far and uncoordinated in the way she places it to the ground. But a really nice pair of heifers there. My congratulations to both those exhibitors.
Results Class A. Receiving first purple, champion limousine, Bailey Grant. Entering ring at this time, Class 9, May and June. Class 9, May and June, we have 2 exhibitors.
Stay right here. Brittany, just stay right here until we go.
The next class here in this division, and we'll talk about these two individually, and I think this pair can be close because I think these heifers are a little bit on opposite ends of the spectrum. We'll start with talking about the young man's heifer here before we place him, and I think, to me, initial impressions of that heifer, extremely bold, extremely round in terms of her center body. I think one that just initially really grabs your attention because of all that dimension and shape. But when we kind of start to break down and analyze a little bit more, where we can find some problems with hers at the ground and in terms of her structure, because she never wants to quite get that rear leg inside of her skeletal wall when she gets out there in motion. She's a little straighter there in the angle to her hind leg and a little flatter in those rear pastures. And I don't know if it's all that extra shape and dimension that causes her to not be quite as fluid when we get her out there in motion. But I think looks could be a little deceiving on her because initially your attention's drawn towards all that mass and power. But I think when we break down and analyze further, there's some structural issues in play. When we keep in mind, breeding fundamentals, that becomes a question mark on that heifer. We'll pivot to the heifer up front here, and I think just the opposite end of the spectrum. When you break her down in terms of structure, I think that's where the clear advantage is of her over the other heifer in this class. That one's extremely flexible and good in terms of her hip and hind legs. She puts her rear leg really attractively to the ground. She moves plenty flexible and functional there out of her shoulder and her front leg. I think where your question marks with her is probably the opposite end of the spectrum. I wouldn't by any means call her hard body, but she's definitely not as bold and dimensional and as deep in terms of her flank as the one that stands right behind her. So I think the pair gets challenging because I think both these heifers offer a lot of pieces of quality that we like. I don't know if either of them's just quite perfect in every area though, but I think the pair gets close to me, and for me, just keeping in mind breeding fundamentals, knowing that the end point of these heifers that we're seeing this morning is to go make a cow, I think the decision becomes a little easier in my mind, and for me, I'm going to go ahead and side with some extra skeletal quality. A young lady will win this class, young man will be second. Really nice competitive pair of them though. My congratulations to both those exhibitors. We work out here in this division, and we've talked these cattle at length already, so I'm not going to spend a lot of time, but I think nonetheless quality rises to the top, and I think we have four really exceptional representatives, respective first and seconds out of each of their classes. To me, we top tile in this heifer in class. I think as we get her out here in the lineup, again, you just continue to draw back towards her. Young lady that won that first class will be your champion today in this division. This Bronco face heifer that was second in that class comes up here in champion consideration. And again, I think we talked a lot of things we like about that heifer. Again, that pair in that second class was close, and there was so many things just from a basic breeding fundamental standpoint we liked about that class winner. That young lady will be reserved in this division.
Champion He-Man Jews, shown by Logan Marta. Logan came out of Class 9 with February 16, 2024 born heifer. Reserve Champion He-Man Jews, shown by Addison Grant. Addison came out of Class 10. She has a April 10, 2024 born heifer. Entering the class at this time, Class 11, Jackson Groove. Class 11, February 15th, born heifer.
entry here to kick off our Shorthorn division, and one that, again, checks a lot of the big boxes that we talked about this morning, just in terms of flexibility of structure, having some performance, having some body shape and dimension. And I think, again, just a fundamentally good kind of heifer out here. Is she the stoutest one we've seen today? Probably not. Is she the deepest body? She's not that either. But I think just in terms of representing a good kind of functional breeding animal, this heifer checks those boxes for me. I really appreciate that kind of cattle. My congratulations to the young man on this class winner.
Results, class 11, receiving first purple, Jackson Cruz. Entering the ring at this time, class 12. We have one exhibitor.
Another nice single entry here in the Shorthorn division, and I think one that has those really far-reaching pieces that are hard to make. That one from her shoulder forward is so long and extended, and she's so youthful and trim up there through her head and neck, and really gives you a super attractive look ahead of her shoulder. I think with that, appreciate the body length, some performance that this heifer has as well. The biggest question mark for me on her as she works into the future is how that center body and how that dimension is going to come dropping. We got a young coming yearling type heifer here that is one that I think if the pieces start to come together over time, this one could really, really be exciting for the young lady as she works towards getting this one to be a big show heifer. But absolutely super cool up front, really flexible in terms of her skeleton. Just want to, as that one continues to grow, see some more body and dimension, but a very nice screen project nonetheless. My congratulations to that young lady.
Results, class 12, receiving first purple, Raylan Shrek. Entering the ring at this time will be the first purple of class 11, Jackson Cruz, with his Shorthorn heifer. Let's give these two kids a nice round of applause. This is a nice project. Last call, Scimitals. Last call, Scimitals. Classes 15 and 16. First call, class 17, 18 and 19. 17, 18 and 19. First call.
Good work out here for your champion Shorthorn selection, and two heifers, again, a little different end of the spectrum just in terms of age. and size out here, but I don't think that detracts from either of them. You know, to me, the decision gets challenging because young man's heifer that wins that first class, we absolutely know what that one's going to be, and we talked to her in class. She's a really functional, good kind of cattle. One that you can't paint a major hole in, one that we know that can go out and produce once she's done and hangs up the show halter and is done with her show career. Young lady's heifer out of the second class is one that there's a few more question marks there, but if the future plays out in her favor, she could be really fun, really exciting. So I think, this probably comes down to more of a personal preference thing, and I guess that's livestock judging in general. But to me, I think when it comes down to it, I really probably want to side with a little bit less question marks, knowing what we have right in front of us. Young man will win this division and be your champion. Young lady will be reserved. My congratulations to them both.
Entering the ring at this time, Class 13, Shorthorn Plus. Class 13. Results. Champion Shorthorn, shown by Jackson Drews. Jackson came out of Class 11. Reserve Champion Shorthorn, shown by Raylyn Stratton. Raylyn comes out of Class 12.
Working in the Shorthorn Plus division, and a very nice single entry from the young man here. I think heifer that just to me checks a lot of these basic boxes. I think that one reads with functionality in terms of her structure. I think that one reads with plenty of turn and shape to her center rib there. And then when we take it a step further, there's plenty of performance, plenty length of body in this heifer. I think one you sure have to appreciate from that standpoint. Just a good full free behind a heifer to stand out here by herself, and my congratulations to the young man on his champion Shorthorn Plus heifer.
Results Class 13, Champion Shorthorn Plus, shown by Tate Grubitz. Entering the ring at this time, Class 14. Class 14, we have two exhibitors. These heifers were born March 20th and February 28th.
here as we work into the Seminole division, and we'll just talk these two individually before we place. Start up here with this red heifer. I think when that one comes in, the initial impression of that one's just a broody, maternal look, and really, really appreciate that about her. She's so bold and opened up in terms of her rib. She's got a good look from the side profile, and then I think when you work further and take her down to the ground, that one's awfully good in terms of feet and legs. I think her foot quality is right up there with any of them that we've seen so far, and I think when you get her out in motion, that one's plenty flexible, plenty stout from behind, really, really nice heifer. Work to the Baldy heifer here. I think another one you have to appreciate, length and extension ahead of her shoulder. She's probably a little bit more refined and feminine up there ahead of her shoulder compared back to the red heifer. And then I think when you take her from there back, that one's level in terms of her top line, really flexible in terms of her structure. I think cattle that both have some of the same qualities, but for me, when you sort the pair, for me, the red heifer just comes with that much more dimension and shape from behind. She'll be the winner in this class. Young lady with the Baldy heifer will be second. Really nice pair of heifers. My congratulations to both those girls.
Results class 14, first purple, and champion Simmental, Tatum Dorsey. Reserve champion Simmental from class 14, shown by Aspen Warwick. Entering the ring at this time, class 15, Foundation Simmental. We have one exhibitor. This heifer was born January 26th of 2024.
Morning, Peanut. Hey. Hi. Say good morning. Is you awake? Oh, yeah.
Working in this Foundation Seminole division here, single entry to start off with, but again, I think just keeping in mind what we've seen all day, just in terms of cattle that are fundamentally good, cattle that are functional. This one definitely has those pieces in my mind. I think in terms of her structural correctness, that one's really flexible underneath. I love her ability to just get out here and float across the ring. I think when you study her from a performance standpoint, you have to appreciate that extra length of body, extra frame size that she has, and then when you step in behind, I think there's plenty of rib shape just from a standpoint of studying her from when you step in behind the cattle. If we could maybe change that one, I'd like to lean her back just a little bit in terms of her condition. She's a little bit more generic there at the base of her chest, but that's knocking on an awfully nice effort. Really good single entry. My congratulations to the young lady.
Results, class 15, first purple, shown by Allison Rezach. In the ring at this time, class 16.
Work out in here into this next class of Foundation Senatals, another single entry, but a lot of the same sentiment can be said about this heifer as the class before. I think just functionality, structural correctness, all the terms you want to talk on her skeleton can be said. I think this one's just extremely comfortable out here in the ring. I think maybe where she's a little different, when you get in behind and study the cattle, there's a little extra punch and dimension right there in behind. That one's really bold in terms of her upper rib shape. Works back into a nice big stout hip, and then paints a really nice silhouette from the side profile. Really maternal, good kind of functional heifer to be out here by herself. We'll see her back out here in just a second. My congratulations to the young lady.
Results, class 16, first purple shown by Oakley Dorsey. At this time, we'll make the selection of our champion Foundation Scimitar. From class 15, we have Allison Rezach. From class 16, we have Oakley Dorsey. Give both these young ladies a round of applause. Really nice efforts.
A really good pair of these Foundation Scimitar class-winning heifers out here, and I think when you study these two heifers from just a structural and a build standpoint, you'll come to find a lot of similarities in these cattle. I think heifers that you have to appreciate just how they're assembled at the surface. I think very similar in that aspect. For me, I think there's one out here that holds a clear advantage just when we talk about softness of center rib cage, which also in turn kind of enhances her balance from the side. I think a really nice pair will know. Both really good kind of cattle. For me, that second class winner will be your champion. First class winner will be reserved.
Champion Foundation Scimitar shown by Oakley Dorsey. Oakley came out of class 16. Reserve champion Foundation Scimitar shown by Allison Rezach. Allison came out of class 15. This time, class 17, we have one exhibitor, class 17.
work into this commercial division here and start with lightweight commercial heifer, the single entry out here. But a heifer, I think, relative to what we're going to see likely in this commercial division, is one you have to appreciate. I think there's plenty of stoutness of bone and dimension when you study this one at the ground. I think when you study her from behind, there's plenty of shape and power there back over her rib and back through her hip. And again, when she kind of wants to settle in and act like a show heifer, she'll paint you a nice picture from the side. If we can maybe alter it and change her a little bit, that heifer's just a little bit harder in terms of her center body. I'd like to see her a freckle softer there in terms of her flank and in terms of her midrib, but one that definitely no doubt has some of that stoutness of bone, has some of that dimension from behind. Really nice single entry here at this commercial heifer show.
Results class 17, first purple, Rylan Walsh with their commercial heifer. Entering the ring at this time, class 18, commercial heifers. These heifers were born between March 29th and March 1st, 2024. First call, county raised. First call, county raised.
second class of commercial heifers here, and we got 3 of them out here, and you know, I can listen to different placings on it, because I don't know if there's one that just grabs me and says that's the perfect kind, but I think there's good pieces in each of these heifers out here. But for me, young man's kind of white stock, quality heifer here will be the one to win this class. I think when you just study her in terms of her build at the surface, that one breeds with more of a functional structure, flexible kind of structure underneath. And then when you go from there, I think that one in terms of body shape, in terms of dimension through her rib, probably has adequate amount there. I like her balance from her shoulder back. She's really level in terms of her top line. Just a good kind of productive cattle to win this class, in my opinion. Young lady coming out here next, and I think this is where more of your discussion comes, because we definitely have some differences in terms of performance and in terms of in terms of performance and size out here. But I think this white heifer for me, I'm going to probably be okay with a little extra moderation, because I think that heifer gets off her skeleton there at the surface really comfortably. She's plenty flexible. She breeds with just a bit more in terms of center body relative to her frame size, and just a nice kind of heifer to go second. Young man's going to be rounding off things here in third, I think, is one. If we want to talk about quite an advantage in terms of performance of the one that comes ahead, I'll absolutely listen to that. And if that's your argument why he should slide by, I won't disagree with you. I just think when we analyze her, that one's a little too hard in terms of her center body. Freckle narrower from behind for me. A nice trail of heifers, so congratulations to those 3 exhibitors.
I got water.
Let's go play Goo
It's
Ball.
water.
Yeah, let's play Goo Ball. Like Goggle Ball? Yeah. Wait, I get it. Are you saying Goo Ball? Hi, Cindy. Happy belated birthday. Oh my gosh, you were such a
Results class 18, first purple, Owen Ulrich. Second purple, shown by Summer Hansen. Receiving a blue ribbon, entering the ring at this time, class 19, we have 1 exhibitor. Although it appears that all of the division winners are in the Gilhatton Pavilion, I'm just going to make the announcement to the barns. If you were a division winner, we will need the first purples back for the final drive. Correction, not first purples, but rather the champion from each division back in the Gilhatton Pavilion. Not first purples, the champion from each division.
Continuing on through here, our commercial heifer show, single entry here that I think when you get this heifer on the standstill, there's really a lot of things to like about her. I like the way from her hip forward, how she's assembled up through her head and her neck. I think that one reads with a good look. She's got plenty of turn and dimension when you step in behind. If we can get critical of this one out here, in my opinion, I think that rear skeleton, if we can just alter slightly. You know, she's a little shorter there from her hooks to pins. Consequently, so it's a little rounder and more insecure in the way she places that rear leg to the ground, and even more specifically from behind, wants to pull those hocks in quite a bit underneath herself. But I think if you analyze the front 2/3 of that heifer, you find a really well balanced one head on her shoulder that reads with the right kind of boldness and shape to her center body. Really nice one to win this class. My congratulations to young lady.
Results from class 19, first purple, Ashlyn Roberts. Entering the ring at this time, commercial heifer, class 19A. This heifer shown by Julie. This heifer was born February 21st. of 25.
We got an intriguing little calf prospect out here to round out this commercial heifer show here, and I think one that, again, we talk future in some of these younger cattle out here, but I think if time works in her favor, it's going to be one the young lady really likes dragging around as a big heifer. Just in terms of structural quality and balance, the pieces are there, no doubt. I think that one from the side profiles is sitting really well. She's level in terms of her top, flexible in terms of her lower joints, and I think time is going to be her best friend because the pieces are there. Just needs to continue to grow and develop, but really attractive, main, flexible kind of calf prospect out here in this commercial heifer show. Put your hands together for the young lady.
Results, Class 19A. First purple, shown by Julia Wolf. Entering the ring at this time will be the class winners and first purples and second purples from Class 17 is Ryland Walsh. First purple from Class 18 was shown by Colin Ulrich. Also entering the ring is the second purple, shown by Summer Hansen. From Class 19, we have first purple, shown by Ashlyn Brevitz. And second purple, from Class 19A, first purple, shown by Julia Wolf.
We got all our respective class owners out here in this commercial show, and we can get some variation in terms of the shapes and sizes and kind of cattle out here, just because everybody has a little different flavor when it comes to making these commercial type heifers. Some of them have a little bit more of a show calf and clubby influence to them, and some of them are a little bit more influenced by some of these maternal, continental breeds. And so I think we got a little variation in type and kind of cattle out here, and that's okay, because I think all these class winners represent some quality and all have pieces. And, I think it comes down to a conversation between a few. There's a couple heifers we really like to class out here. I think they're the right kind of cattle. Even if we'd like to change them in areas, we still have to appreciate what they are out here today. For me, I'll give one last look, go shake the hands of your champion, your reserve.
Results. Champion commercial, shown by Ashlyn Brevitz. Ashlyn came out of Class 19. Her heifer was born April 29th and 24. Reserve champion, Dorsal heifer shown by Julia Wolf from class 19A. Julia's heifer was born February 21st, 2025.
Are you on your way or?
We're getting into this county board division here, and I think it's neat. Either these kids raised these cattle or kept their business local, went and bought something here in Wahoo or Saunders County, excuse me. So kind of a neat division, nice single entry to start off with here, though. I think one that resembles a lot of the ones that we've liked the most today, just in terms of body, in terms of dimension. Reading with that really maternal brood cow look, I think this one checks all those boxes off quite nicely. Maybe just one that's a little bit tighter in terms of her top line as we get her out here in motion. But when she wants to present herself and show herself off from the side, hard to get past all that cow power, all that look, and all that dimension from behind. Really nice single entry out here.
Class 20, first purple, shown by Taylor Dorsey. Entering the ring at this time, Class 20A. We have one exhibitor. This heifer was born January 4th, 2025.
Walk up here, they're showing their cows. They get prizes.
Mixed class here on the county board division, and I think one that, again, on some of these younger cattle, like we've been talking all day, trying to read into the future and see what these ones are going to become can be challenging, but I think today it's hard to argue that there isn't a lot of quality in this one. I think just when you analyze her in terms of how she's assembled from a structural standpoint, all the pieces fit. That one just gets out here, moves around the ring with extreme comfort and flexibility, and then take it a step further from the side. I think that's a heifer that reads with a lot of quality there ahead of her shoulder. She's really attractive, really refined and feminine in terms of her look, and works from there back with great balance from her shoulder and through her hip. Good in terms of her body shape, extremely high quality young calf out here. We'll see her back out here in just a second, but my congratulations congratulations to the young lady on her class winning County Board effort.
Results, class 28, first purple, Logan Barta. At this time, we'll make the selection of our champion county raised heifers and reserve champion county raised heifers.
Out here for selection of your champion county board heifer. I think this becomes a little challenging, probably one of the harder decisions I'll have to make through this heifer show so far, just because on one end of the spectrum, we have a finished product, we know what that one's going to be, and what she is really good, but then we have question marks on what this young calf turns into someday, but again, like we said in class on her, we can try and read into the future, but it's hard to deny the quality that that heifer brings to the table today. So I think you have a challenging decision in your mind, and I think you get one judge in here that's going to do it one way, and you get another to do it the opposite way, because they're both extremely good cattle, probably just a little different in terms of type, but nonetheless, both really high quality animals. You know, for me, like I said, pairs close. I'm not going to argue if you want to switch with me, because they're both extremely good. For me, that class winner out of the first class will be your champion county board. One standing right behind it will be reserved.
Results from class for champion county raised beef. Coming out of class 20, Tatum Gorski shows the champion county raised beef heifer. Reserve champion county raised shown by Logan Gorski.
Hey, girl.
Excuse me, Logan Barta. Logan Barta. Okay, so we're going to start getting things lined up for the final drive on breeding heifers. For those of you that need to stand up and stretch, now would be that time to do it. It's going to take us a couple, 3 minutes to get all lined up. I want to remind you that the Saunders County Ag Society has set up this green and brown canopy. They are selling membership. They're selling the opportunity to help plant seed money for the future. Tickets are $100. I recommend you walk over, stretch your legs real quick, and see what's all about, what they're trying to accomplish. This is our selection of the Supreme Grand Champion Breeding Heifer and Reserve Supreme Grand Champion Breeding Heifer. Entering the ring at this time from Class 1, your champion Angus heifer, shown by Julia Wolf. Your champion Charlotte was shown by Kendall Benish. Kendall came out of Class 3. The champion composite Charlotte heifer came out of Class 3A, was shown by Morgan Clement. We got a lot of critters to get this ring, so use the whole ring. Please stay towards the outside of the fence. Entering the ring, your champion Kiania out of Class 4 was shown by Tucker Barta. Your champion Minnie Herford from Class 5, shown by Jackson Drews. Your champion Herford out of Class 6, shown by Jackson Drews. Your champion Limousine, shown by Bailey Grant. Bailey came out of Class 8. Champion Mayman Jew is shown by Logan Barta. Logan came out of Class 9. Champion Shorthorn from Class 11, Jackson Drews. Champion Shorthorn Plus from Class 13, shown by Tate Burbitz. Champion Scimitar from Class 14, shown by Tatum Dorsey. Champion Foundation Scimitar from Class 16, shown by Oakley Dorsey. Champion Commercial from Class 19, shown by Ashlyn Brubbitz. Champion County Rays from Class 20, shown by Tatum Dorsey. This is the selection of your Supreme Grand Champion Breeding Heifer. Let's give these kids a big round of applause. They've done a nice job. Our judge today has been Justin Slayball of O'Neill, Nebraska, originally from North Central Indiana. He grew up involved in his family's farming and diversified cow-calf and cattle feeding operation. He attended Blackhawk College in Illinois and then transferred to Kansas State University, where he graduated with a bachelor's degree in animal science and industry. Justin judged livestock competitively at both institutions. He was a senior collegiate academic All-American livestock judge and a member of the 2020 Kansas State University National Champion Livestock Judging Team. Currently, he is employed as a risk management advisor at Blue Reef Agri-Marketing, where he focuses on helping cattle producers manage their price risk in the markets. Outside of work, Justin and his blue wife, Sophia, are actively involved in the cattle business and working to grow their own cattle cow herd. Justin has judged livestock shows across the Midwest and believes youth livestock shows are the best way to elevate the next generation of agricultural leaders. Ladies and gentlemen from O'Neill, Nebraska, Justin Slayball. Give him a big round of applause. We're really glad he's here. He did such a great job last year, we brought him back for a second time. Attention in the barns, cow-calf pairs need to start working their way to the Gilhan Pavilion. We'll also need junior production bulls.
Well, first and foremost, guys, ringside, go ahead and give these breeding heifer exhibitors a round of applause. You know, this is, when I got the call back to come back to Saunders County again this year and sort the cattle show, it was a no-brainer. I enjoyed it so much last year, enjoyed working with your youth, but also on top of that, the quality of cattle. I struggle to think you'll find a county fair anywhere in America that has this much top-end quality breed for breed. So that's a big compliment to you exhibitors that are out here putting the work in at home, raising the kind of cattle and presenting the kind of cattle out here to me that makes my job as a judge fun but challenging at times. So, you know, I think there's 4 or 5 you can sure make a case for being out here in the Grand Hole or the Reserve Hole, this heifer show. I think that, you know, it's challenging for me because I only get to recognize 2, but I sure think I could go 5 deep and sure find enough quality to be exceptionally happy with the lineup of cattle that I put into a top 5, but only picking 2 today. You know, I'll go give them one last look here real quick and get you a Grand Reserve heifer. But again, congratulations to all these heifer exhibitors, not the ones just in the ring right now, but everybody that took cattle back to the barns. You guys have brought me a really good set of cattle. My congratulations to all of you. Give them a big round of applause, folks. I'll go pick you Champion Reserve.
Supreme Grand Champion breeding heifer shown by Logan Carter. Logan came out of Class 9. Reserve Supreme Grand Champion breeding heifer, shown by Julia Wolf. Julia came out of Class 1. Let's give Logan and Julia a big round of applause, as well as all of our other exhibitors. These are a bunch of beautiful heifers. Entering the ring at this time, Cowcat Bears, class 21. You should have one exhibitor in this class. Entering the ring at this time, class 21, Cowcat Bears. Class 22, production roles, you should be in the Neilhan Pavilion. First call, senior showmanship. First call, senior showmanship.
We're getting to the next portion of our show here, and usually one of my favorite classes of the day is the cow-calf pair show. Wish we had a few more of them out here, but that's not to detract from the single-line crew we have out here. I think when you study, a lot of the things that we talked about in that breeding heifer show, and you study this cow that's out here with this young heifer calf inside, it all comes full circle. These are the things we're looking for. This is a highly productive kind of cow out here. She reads with a really nice look, really good maternal in terms of her body shape, and then you study her in terms of her udder quality. That one's really refined and reformed in terms of her back, the way she carries her udder, good even teat spacing on that cow. And then to boot, what makes the pair even better is she's got this really attractive, high quality kind of heifer calf sitting there right behind her. Really, really fun cow-calf pair. My congratulations to the young lady showing them. Really nice pair.
pair, show them at Julia Wolf. Entering the ring at this time should be Class 22, production moles. Second call, senior showmanship. Second call, senior showmanship. Attention in the barns, attention in the Gale Haddon Pavilion. Allison Ortmeyer. Allison Ortmeyer. Will you please come to the 4-H office? Allison Ortmeyer. It is very important that you come to the 4-H office. Thank you. Okay, for housekeeping purposes, we will not be taking a break for lunch. We are going to go straight through. We will not be taking a break for lunch. Last call, senior showmanship. Last call, senior showmanship.
Looking at this bull prospect show here, and we'll need these two that are on the rail as they stand. That one there up front will be first, the one behind will be reserve. And I think when we talk about just good breeding bull fundamentals, both of these bulls out here check those boxes exceptionally well. For me, the reason the one up front's going to win it is just when we combine those basic pieces of structural flexibility and along with power and body. And that bull to me encapsulates those things well. He's bold in terms of his rib. He's got a big stout hip blade into him. And when you analyze that one from the side, if that doesn't get the good lady excited about the project she's got coming up, keeping that bull presented, I would be surprised, because that's a really high quality individual to lead off this class. Great look, really, really good kind of bull prospect. You know, still up in here, look at this one that's in second, and I think comes in a little different size and a little different package, has a little extra frame, and probably a little bit stronger in the way he hooks up right there behind his shoulder. For me, this bull's probably just not as stout in terms of muscle and shape when we step in behind. A little flatter there through the outer portion of his stifle, but nonetheless, I think a bull that probably still has enough quality for me to really match up with that bull ahead of him well. Overall off here, this Hereford bull is going to come in third, and young man's doing a nice job showing showing him. I think for me that one reads just a bit plainer and more conventional in terms of his look. He's just a little plainer ahead of his shoulder, but I think all things considered a very practical kind of beat bull out here. Probably just doesn't come with the extra pieces and the added muscle shape of the two ahead of him. A really nice one to be third. Young lady that's going to round things off here in this class, I think probably gets a tough shape because those three bulls ahead of her are quite a bit more developed and a little bit further along in their journey. This one to me does have the right kind of pieces. He's flexible, has some shape, probably just have a few more question marks on that one going forward. Maybe not quite as stout in terms of his bone relative to his frame, but nice class of bulls.
Results class 22 production bulls. First purple, Tatum Dorsey. Second purple, Logan Varda. Receiving blue ribbons, Coleman Field, Bailey Vittich. As we enter into showmanship, we have a lot of young people that want to be part of showmanship. The first thing I'm going to do is give everybody a big round of applause. Showmanship's going to be huge this year. Yeah, this is what we like. We have 16 exhibitors in the senior showmanship class. We will split it in half, run 2 divisions. We have 17 exhibitors in intermediate. We're going to split that into 3 groups. We have 29 exhibitors in junior showmanship. We're going to split that one 4 ways. So we will run 2 heats of seniors, followed by the selection of the champion senior showman. Just a reminder, if you're an Clover Kid exhibitor and you do not have a number yet, we have them here at the announcer stand. Come see us, we'll be happy to give them to you. If you're a Clover Kid exhibitor, you will need a number. We have them here at the announcer stand. Please come see Katie, she'll be happy to help you.
Well, good first group out here in the senior showmanship division, and we'll kind of slow the pace down a little bit throughout showmanship, just because I think from a judge's perspective, who always enjoyed showing in showmanship, I think I owe it to these kids. For those that maybe aren't going to make the cut back, I'd like to just give them a few words of encouragement, some procedural things in terms of showing their cattle. I'd like to see them change. So that being said, we're going to keep these four individuals over here to come back for our champion drive in the senior division here. I think when we talk about likenesses amongst these four showmen out here, I think the big thing for me is they do a good job of seamlessly showing their calf and don't detract attention away from the calf, because I think that's what showmanship's all about. Then they have the right kind of demeanor, they're calm, they're collected, and I really appreciate that about them. You know, these four individuals over here, I think there's one or two things that we could see them change, maybe more so from a personal preference standpoint to move on over to the other side of the ring here. But very good group of seniors. You guys should all be proud of yourself. My congratulations to them. Give them a round of applause, and we'll go to the next team.
Next in the ring at this time is the first heat of senior championship. The top four will come back for a final run after the second. Entering the ring at this time, heat number 2, senior showmanship. Heat number 2, senior showmanship.
Good job.
We'll be keeping these three that are lined up head to tail over here. And again, I think this class break gets a little tough because I think you sprinkle a few from the last class into this class or vice versa. And I think it only becomes increasingly challenging on which kids are going to make it back. You know, I really look for showing that out here that, you know, again, I want to see a very seamless presentation of their animal. I want to see the exact attention rate from their animal. And being more of a proactive showman versus reactive to how their calf wants to behave is something that's really important to me as well. I think these three do a good job of that. You know, it's really splitting hairs. It's close because I think these two young ladies over here on the other side, if their cattle just willing to give it to them a little bit more today, we can sure have a conversation about keeping them back. But it's very close. Very, very good group of them. My congratulations to these exhibitors. Put your hands together for them.
Okay, entering the ring at this time will be the selection of the champion senior showman. We have exhibitors from both Heat 1 and Heat 2 in the ring at this time. Let's give these kids a round of applause as they present their cams and present themselves to the judge. just to confirm what we earlier stated, there will not be a lunch break. We will not be taking any picture breaks. We're going to push right through and keep the show rolling. Intermediate showman, last call. Intermediate showman, last call. You should be in the Neil Hatton Pavilion.
Well, first off, guys, I want to commend all these senior showmen because, and I know I'm taking some extra time, but I think it warrants it because I don't know if you'll find a lineup at any county fair in America that has as good a group of showmen as we do here in Saunders County today. So my compliments to all you senior showmen. You're a really impressive bunch. You know, I enjoy asking questions. I don't know that placing for me is always question driven, but I want to say a few things. I asked all these kids in the first heat how showing cattle will position them ahead of their peer group as they move on to their next stage of life, whether that be college or the workforce. And I think it's really heartening to me to know how many of these kids want to come back into agriculture. I think that's important. We have the best leaders in any industry in America, and retaining them and keeping them in the ag business is extremely important in my opinion. The question I asked in the second heat here is, what is the biggest problem facing the beef industry today? And you guys have an extremely well-educated group of young people out here. I got a lot of answers that were very, very good, whether that be consumer perception of our product or cost of production from a commercial standpoint, understanding what these things are intended for. And it's fun to come out here and show these things and get them big and hairy. But at the end of the day, we are a protein-driven industry. We raise cattle to feed the people of the world. And so I think every single individual out here understands that well. If you want to argue with me on how you place these, I'm not gonna bother arguing back, because you can do anything out here. All these kids do an exceptionally good job. I'm going to go out here and give one last quick look. I'll shake the hand of your champion and your reserve in this division. But big round of applause for these seniors. Awesome, awesome group.
Receiving first place and gold medal, Tucker Arda. Receiving second place and a silver medal, Addison Grant. Receiving third place and a bronze medal, Bailey Grant. Receiving, give them a round of applause. There's a lot of competition there. These kids have been battling out for a long time. Receiving purple ribbons, Logan Barta, Kendall Bennage. Also receiving a purple ribbon, Iona Kavan and Julia Wolf. Receiving blue ribbons, Tony Ondrachek, Amber Lechtenberg, Ella Walsh, Summer Hansen, Tierney Tuig, and Dayton Lechtenberg. Entering the ring at this time will be the first of 3 heats. The first of 3 heats of intermediate showmen.
Keep going till the end of the bench. Alright, go back.
We're working in this first heat here in this intermediate division, and Cal maybe just a little bit more lively, not wanting to settle in and cooperate quite as well as what we saw in the seniors. And don't be discouraged. I want you to tell the exhibitors, don't be discouraged by that, because showmanship's just as much as yourself as it is sometimes how those animals want to act or react to what the things that we're trying to do when we present these calves.
Hey, guys.
The two over here are the ones that are coming back out of this heat. I think they do a nice job. Every time I looked over, both those young people had their cows set up and running well, and brought a good group of pheasants awareness of where the judges at the ring. So I want to commend both of those individuals. But good group of them. I just got some cattle maybe that don't want to give it to some of these exhibitors today, and that's okay. Put your hands together for this group if you would.
Winds well till November. So let's see.
Let's go sit back there.
Entering the ring at this time will be heat number 2 of 3. 2 of 3 intermediate showmanship.
They're gonna wanna fucking.
We have a brown Ford F-250 pickup, F-150 pickup, parked north of the campground. It's in the way. License plate 6-860R. R as in red. They tell me that it's parked in a way that it's easy to hook up to with the tow truck. And the tow truck has been called. 6-860R. brown Ford F-150. It's north of the campground, it's in the way, it's gonna be towed if you don't get out there and move it. Thank you.
We'll turn things up just a few notches in here because I think there's 4 or 5 showing deep in here. You can make the argument for keeping. We're going to keep these 3 individuals over here on the rev, though. I think just as time wore on, as the cattle gave them some more challenge, I thought they did a good job of presenting those animals, keeping them set up, and kind of dealing with some challenges in terms of circling their calf, knowing the right time to circle their calf, when to get them off the rail, and things of that nature. So procedurally, I thought they had great ring awareness. I thought they did a lot of things really, really well. Talked individually with these three individuals over here, and just gave them some pointers and some things I want to see them work on for the next time. That's no knock against them. Just an extremely competitive group of showmen out here, and definitely doing my part, working them extra hard. So I want to commend all these exhibitors out here. Really good heat. My congratulations to all the exhibitors in this group.
Mike or Becky Grant to the announcer's stand. Mike or Becky Grant to the announcer's stand. Entering the ring at this time, heat number 3. Heat number 3 for intermediate showmanship.
what? Did he do really good? I'm such a good shot. It was terrible. We ran out of gear. It's just running something. You ever? I don't know why the kids stop at the end of the parade. Like, why would you sit there and close out? Really like the outfit. Feedlot was out of power last night.
We'll have a couple little cattle out here, maybe just want to settle in and beat show calves today. That's all right. I think the young people are doing a good job of keeping their animals under control, all things considered. Spoke individually with these four over here about some ways we can maybe improve, some small tweaks we can make. Because I think when the cattle want to kind of calm down and present themselves, I think these four do a nice job of getting their animals presented. For me, again, it goes back to these two young ladies that are coming out of this heat. I think just from a procedural standpoint, the way they're presenting their cattle, I always looked over there, they always had good control over their calves. Calves were always set up, they were aware of where they were at in the ring, they gave themselves adequate spacing. I thought both those two young ladies did an exceptionally good job of that, so my congratulations to them. We'll go ahead and get these cattle all kicked out of here, and we'll go ahead and get our intermediate drive going in just a second. But big round of applause to these folks, they did a great job.
In the ring at this time is the selection of your champion intermediate showman on the three previous heats. Let's give these kids a round of applause. 17 intermediate showmen, this is the best that we have today. Good for them. First call, junior showmanship. First call, junior showmanship. There will be 4 heats of junior showmanship.
see very much.
Well, very nice group of ingredients here, and I think kids that do a really good job just in terms of getting their animal presented and just checking the basic things. You know, we can get nitpicky on the thing here and there and each of them if we really wanted to, but I think just covering the basics and taking care of the big picture, each of these children do that exceptionally well. You know, I think we'll pick 3 of them out here. I think there's 3 of them that are nice to the top, in my opinion, and do so pretty handily. And every time I kind of look at them, they got their caps set up well. Their ring awareness is good. They bring the right kind of intensity while not being too over the top. And so I appreciate that about the 3 that we're going to pick. I'm excited about it. It's a fun group of showmen. That's not to take away from anybody else out here. I think I feel more than comfortable letting each of these kids out here show a cap for me. They do a good job, though. Put your hands together for me. I'll go shake the hands of the winners 1 through 3.
Last call, junior showman. You should be working your way into the Gillette Pavilion. You just finished final section of intermediate. Results, intermediate showmanship. Receiving the gold medal, Tatum Dorsey. Receiving the silver medal, Allison Rezach. Receiving the bronze medal, Logan Clement. Receiving purple ribbons, Jacoby Bonilla, Jackson Cruz, Brianna Marshall, Tatum Dorsey, and Ray Stratton. Receiving blue ribbons, Bailey Minch, Ashley Rubbins, Tucker Cruz, Lillian Marshall, Shane Puskashell, Rylan Walsh, Clayton Waddle, Coleman Field, also receiving blue medals, blue ribbons, excuse me. Kate Field, Kelby Dewey, and Cohen Ulrich. Entering the ring right now is the first heat of junior showmanship. We have 4 heats of junior showman. Last call, junior showman to the Gillette Pavilion. I want to let everybody know that the Saunders County Ag Society is selling opportunities to be donors towards their foundation. They're forming a 501c3 so that they'll have tax
Try to
exempt.
hold this.
And
Have
the initial startup is $100. And so far today, they have sold all but 2 of their opportunities that they have that they wanted to sell here at the fair for today. They're going to be folding up shop here in about the next 10 to 15 minutes. We'd like to encourage you to think about joining the foundation, spending the $100 to become a member of the foundation and to help us provide opportunities for our kids, our grandkids, and in some cases, great-grandkids. So the green and brown canopy over here is where they're set up at. If you have a moment, walk over, visit with them, and they will explain to you what their intentions are, what they want to do. I cannot do them justice in explaining to you the opportunities that they're trying to create for our children. Please walk over and visit with them. Will a member of the Susan Cruz family come to the announcer stand? Member of the Susan Cruz family, please come to the announcer stand.
nice first seat here in this junior division, and we're going to keep these three back over here. I think just some of the basic things they do really well. I thought those kids, their demeanor in the ring was well. I thought they did a little better job of getting their feet set up underneath the cattle. They were always aware where I was at in the ring, which I really appreciate. A couple little things we can work on over here with these four young men. I think they're all doing a good job. Sometimes the cattle just don't want to give it to us in the showmanship competition, and that's okay. I think a few little things we can tweak here and there, and they're going to be right up there with them. So big round of applause for these folks. They're doing a nice job out here.
Oh, yeah.
Jenna Faulkner. Jenna Faulkner. Please come to the announcer's stand. Jenna Faulkner. Last call, junior showmanship. Last call, junior showmanship. We don't have any other juniors here. And if we don't have somebody else come up, then we're going to stop at 2 heats. Last call, junior showmanship. First call. First call, Clover kids. First call, Clover kids. Jenna Faulkner or Mr. Faulkner? Please come to the announcer's stand.
Well, nice class here in this next heat of juniors, and I don't know that any of these calves out here were really going to be good teammates to their exhibitors. We kind of had some challenges here, so I'm going to give a little benefit of the doubt to these three over here and just chalk it up to cattle that maybe aren't one to cooperate the best today. But I do think all things considered, especially the two up front, cattle that wanted to give them trouble, cattle that wanted to continue to get wrapped up in that gate and that rail over there, I thought they were extremely proactive about the way they handled their cattle. They kind of knew those cattle had a tendency to stay into the side there, and I thought they did a good job handling some challenges over there as well. I think the young lady here that we're going to keep back in this group of three here as well on the back, I thought she just had that calf set up and it was very calm and comfortable the whole time. So I want to commend her for that. These four over here, we had some conversations. I think one thing as a group in this junior division so far we can work on is maybe just some more rim awareness and some spacing things. Knowing when the calf in front of you is pulled out, and making sure we're leaving room for exhibitors that are looping their cattle back. So I think those are some things we can work on. But all of these individuals have a really good foundation laid. I want to compliment them all. Very good group. Go ahead and give them a hand, guys.
Sorry. You are fine. Don't worry.
Entering the ring at this time is heat number 3 for junior showmanship. Heat number 3. Will the parents of the following individuals please come to the announcer stand? Brinkley Lacey, Kelly Tewig, Andrew Menina, Baylor and Leighton Waddle's parents, Tony Andrade, Mason and Jack Cruz, and Piper and Oka. Will a parent for these showmen please come to the announcer stand? Brinkley Lacey, Kelby Tewig, Andrew Menina, Baylor and Leighton Waddle, Tony Andrade, Mason and Jack Cruz, Piper and Oka. Please come to the announcer stand.
That's the M&M cat that we see right there. That's the Justice Sister. Hey, Mary. Hey, do you know they're showing M&M right now? You want me to show you? Here. Look. Here. You remember M&M?
A tight group over here, and we're going to like to keep these three on this side back for our champion junior drive. I thought they did a nice job, dealing with some cattle that maybe aren't just the most cooperative. I like the leader that they kept in it. They were dealing with these ones that maybe were a little bit more challenging. And there's some things we can work on with these three. We talked about it. I think it's close because I think each of these three showing over here probably has a case to come back and make the finals. But it's just challenging when you're splitting hairs from one show to the next. So I want to encourage these kids to keep working at it when you're in this junior division. It's a lot of little things oftentimes that can get you beat in a showmanship competition. So don't be discouraged. But my congratulations to these three. We'll see you back out here in just a second.
Okay, I believe we're only going to end up having three tiers of junior showmanship. So entering the ring at this time will be the selected individuals from tiers 1, 2, and 3 of junior showmanship entering the ring to compete. We started with 27 kids in junior showmanship. And these are the ones that made the cut. Give them a big round of applause. Congratulations. This is the best that Saunders County has right here in junior showmanship. Clover kids. Please bring your animals to the ring and bring your Clover kid to the ring. Last call. You're up next.
I feel like I do something.
Will a parent for Brittany, Lacey, and Andrew Evans please come to the announcer stand? A parent for Brittany, Lacey, and Andrew Donahue. Andrew Evans, please come to the announcer stand.
Why are you sitting on?
A great group of junior showmen here. Everybody give them a big round of applause. This group's done an exceptionally good job. Probably dealing with some cattle that maybe just aren't one to be the most cooperative out here, but I think these young people are doing a good job working as a team the best they can with these cattle. I think this group we have out here represents the best pieces of every heat we had, just in terms of kids that I think respond well to their cattle. I think they do a good job with having an awareness of where they're out in the ring, leaving enough space for their fellow exhibitors out here, and also knowing when it's time to maybe get that calf and circle them. you know, if the calf doesn't want to cooperate, it isn't set up, they have a good idea of when they need to be doing that. So I want to commend each of you junior exhibitors. You guys have done a great job. Definitely going to be a tough level of competition as you all get older and progress into these older age divisions. I think there's 4 or 5 of them out here that do a really, really nice job. We got to pick 3, unfortunately, but I think each and every one of you out here deserves a bunch of recognition because you guys have done a good job showing me your kids. So I'll go out and shake your hands 1 through 3. My congratulations to all of these junior exhibitors. Give one last round of applause, guys.
Congratulations to all of our junior showmen and showmanship. All right, everybody, get ready. You know what time it is. These little folks have been working their tails off all year, taking care of their brother and sister's critters. Now it's their turn to shine. Yep, we waited all year for this. It's time for Clover Kids. I affectionately refer to it as a Kodak moment. Clover Kids, it's your turn. Come on in the ring. Results, junior showmanship. First purple, receiving the gold medal, Oakley Dorsey. Receiving a silver medal in second place, Claire Cromie. Receiving the bronze medal in third place, Cambry Michelle. Receiving purple ribbons, Casey Drews, Aspen DeMoy, Josie Heller. Jackson. Also receiving purple medals, or purple ribbons, Baylor Waddle, Piper Oakville. Receiving blue ribbons, Grant Berry, Hunter Bennett, Macy Cruz, Riker Marshall, Sutton Tinkle, Brindley Lacey, Caleb Nielsen, Tate Brubbets, Juan Comey, Tyson Shook, and Dick and Holt Tinkle. Congratulations to all these junior showmen. First call, Market Heifers. First call, Market Heifers. First call, Market Heifers. Classes 23, 24, 25, and 26. The classes are small. They're going to go quick. First call, Market Heifers. Correction. Cancel the Market Heifers. We are not ready for Market Heifers. Feeder calves. Feeder calves. Feeder heifers. Feeder steers. Please bring them to the Gilhat Pavilion. Feeder heifers. Feeder steers. Please bring them to the Gilhat Pavilion.
Fun group out here of these Clover kids, and I think even cooler for me is seeing, everybody's got a different age group, different experience out here, but all a bunch of young showmen that are trying their best out here and excited about being a part of the Beef Cattle Project and 4-H moving forward. I think coolest to me is to see some big siblings out here, or older members helping the young people out here get their cattle shown. I like to ask what their calf's name is, and I think my favorite one was Clifford. Clifford is a big red steer down there on the end. And my favorite answer that I got it from like 4 or 5 kids. The favorite part about showing their calf is scratching the belly. So I think they're all doing a really nice job. Guys, give them a big hand as they go out of the ring here. Good job, Clover kids.
They're leaving the ring. I want to tell all these kids thank you for doing chores with their brothers and sisters. Yeah, give them a round of applause. We got a cow. Loose the ring. Amazing. feeder calves, last call. Feeder heifers, feeder steers, last call. Hunter Benish to the show ring. Hunter Benish to the show ring. All right, let's try this again. First call, market heifers. First call, market heifers. There's 4 classes. Each class has 1 or 2 animals. First call, classes 23, 24, 25, 26. First call.
Zie je er dan zo, Michel? Zie je?
working in this feeder heifer division here, and always in my mind one of the more challenging classes because you get a bunch of babies out here that all kinds of different breed types, different purposes, and so trying to wade through a little bit of what these cattle are and what their intentions are for these calves can be a little challenging in my mind because, you know, at this stage in life, they probably haven't separated themselves enough to really make any glaring, massive differences in terms of, you know, size and in terms of width and dimension right now. But I think we'll just kind of talk these three here first, and I'll tell you what I'm seeing and what I like, and maybe where I'd improve each of these three individuals out here before I share my placing with you. But I think you start off talking about this gold heifer here, this yellow heifer, and I think if you really just analyze and break that one down, there's a lot of quality there from the ground up. I think that one comes with plenty of bone and foot size. I think her hind leg's quite attractive, the way she places her rear leg to the ground. And then when you analyze just frame size, growth potential on her, I think that one can be a very competitive kind of big heifer just because the pieces are there. Her skeleton fits together well for her at this size, but it also doesn't scream to me that she's going to be, you know, just a small, moderate one. I think that one's going to have some frame size and performance as a big. A very nice heifer. Young lady's heifer sitting in the 2-hole right now is one I think she's good at this age and she'll be good at her older age just for the same reasons in my opinion. I think relative to what we have out here, that one might be as soft in terms of her rib and as bold in terms of her body as most of these cattle out here. And I think when you break her down, fundamentally just from a structural standpoint, there's a lot of good in that heifer. I think the pieces fit together in her lower skeleton. She gets out here, presents herself well. You know, maybe differences in presentation of these. That one's maybe a little harder haired, so for some it might not be one that just grabs your attention as quick. But I think the more you break her down, you probably find yourself falling in love with some pieces of just her maternal quality, even for an animal at this size. Then we pivot to the one that's sitting in the 3-hole, and I think she combines some of the pieces we like of those cattle ahead of her. I think that one's got a good turn and shape to her center body. I think she's got some flexibility, and again, I think that's one that you read from a skeletal standpoint today, and don't expect that one to be just a moderate, you know, county calf. I think that one will have some grow and some size. So trying to kind of come up with a placing in your mind that makes a lot of sense can be challenging, but I think we got the 3 best ones sitting out here still. You know, for me, I'm probably just going to get, you know, personal preference here, more the kind of cattle that I like the best. And at the end of the day, those are the ones that are going to be putting the most positives together. Honestly, the way we talked is going to be the order I'm going to place. So yellow heifer will be first, young lady right behind her will be second, and that calf behind her will be third, because I think these are the 3 best individuals out here. We're going to do the rest of this lineup. I think there's some pieces in each of these heifers that we can find in the 3 that are out there. Maybe just not quite as a complete of a package. This young man with the 4th place heifer kind of loop off here so we can take a look at her. But to me, that one's just really bold in terms of the rib, like a couple of them ahead of her. I think she's going to be one when you step in behind. You expect her to be kind of a bold-centered, stout-mated kind of heifer. I think maybe where we have some question marks on her future is just when you analyze her in that rear skeleton, she's just a little bit more rigid in the way she puts that rear leg to the ground, maybe not quite as comfortable in terms of her honk and a rear pasture. But I think that's a good-looking, bolt-sprung kind of heifer that can be a really powerful, stout one as we go down the road. Young man's going to bring this gray heifer out here to us next, and I think from a performance standpoint, you can make the argument in terms of frame size, in terms of length of bodies, and in terms of stoutness at the ground. She might be the EST over the most in each of those areas. I think when I read her, I have some more question marks just in terms of how soft-bodied and how maternal she's going to be right there in the center portion of her body. Young lady brings a heifer out next that I think can be a tough one to read, because I think just at surface level, that one's really just kind of green and out here yet, in my opinion. I think she reads with a good look, but again, that's a heifer that maybe relative to her size here, I'd like to see just a bit more fluid in terms of motion. I'd like to see her come with just a little bit more softness to her rib. Young man rounds things off here with this kind of place face, white flanked heifer that I think is one that has a good future ahead, just as a functional, good kind of cattle. Maybe runs out a few of those extra pieces out here. But again, challenging class. If you want to have some argument with me on some placings here and there, don't disagree, but my congratulations to all those individuals.
Results, feeder heifers. Receiving first purple, Kate Leckenberg. Receiving second purple, Aspen Dvorak. Receiving third purple, Aspen Dvorak. Receiving blue ribbons, Hunter Benish, Kendall Benish, Bailey Benish, and Tyson Shoes. Entering the ring at this time, Peter Spears. Peter Spears. Last call, Market Embers. Last call, Market Embers. We should have 4 classes of Market Embers already in the ring. In the building. Classes 23, 24, 25, and 26.
As we work into this next class here and kind of pivot to the steers, I think one thing to keep in mind, we're judging him as is today, but also trying to project some future into these things. And one thing I think we need to be paying attention to, from a show stock standpoint, in my opinion, those of us that are in the beef cattle world are probably still as close to our production counterparts as anything across the board. And so kind of projecting where these cattle can be, what size they can be, I think it's important to remember, just because as an industry, from a beef standpoint, we're willing to take a little bigger animal today. And I know we're in the show ring right now, but I think that's something still important to consider when we're talking about these cattle and what they're going to turn into be. And so to me, I think keeping some of those things in mind might just be a little bit out of days of age, a little bit more of a feed protocol on these two. But I think when we consider that, you look at the growth pattern, the potential on these two steers out here, I think those are cattle that are representative of what we see from a trend standpoint, just in terms of performance, just in terms of length of body. To me, I think both those cattle represent that well. I think if we want to place a sword on this pair in terms of muscle and maybe just a little extra shape, that's where I think that yellow steer wins this class for me. Young man right behind him, maybe second. That cat's just not quite as powerful when he's stepping behind the cattle. Same story here on 3. I think, again, when we talk about from a size standpoint what these cattle are going to be someday, young lady's calf coming out in 3rd will mimic those two cattle ahead of him closely. Just compared back to those counterparts ahead of her, not quite as muscular, not as much base width underneath, and I think that's where that steer, goes 3rd in class. Young man's going to bring one out in 4th that I think probably is just a little bit what I would call just greener and not quite as there today with the 3 cattle ahead of him. I think that one reads with the right kind of growth pattern. I like his structure. I like how raw and muscular he is. Probably just not quite at the same stage as the ones ahead of him. And again, young lady's going to round things off here with that smoky steer. I just have a few question marks about how moderate that steer is going to be. I'm not going to sit here and argue. That one is probably per pound out here. Might be one of the more muscular cattle we've seen. I just question if that steer is going to be a little too moderate when it gets to his growth potential. Probably just a little bit more rigid in terms of the skeleton as well out here. I think it's a really nice class of feeder steers though. My congratulations to those exhibitors.
Results. Feeder steers. First purple, Amber Lechtenberg. Second purple, Tucker Marta. Receiving blue ribbons, Aspen DeWarrick, Hunter Bandage, and Leighton Waddle. At this time, we'll make the selection. At this time, we'll make the selection of the Supreme Feeder calf. Supreme Feeder calf. From the heifer division, first purple was shown, and champion feeder heifer was shown by Peyton Lechtenberg. Second purple was shown by Aspen DeWarrick. From the feeder steer division, first purple was shown by Amber Lechtenberg and champion steer, and the reserve champion heifer and second purple was shown by Tucker Barta. Let's give these 4 exhibitors a nice round of applause. I think our future is very, very bright.
Well, a nice group of our class-winning steer and heifer respectively out here. I think we represent quality, good kind of cattle that we expect big things out of moving forward. That's why there are class winners and our seconds out here. I think for me, when you just analyze these things, relative to the kind of class they're going to be shown in, steer and heifer, I think when you just break down which one has more potential to be better in the end, for me that heifer is going to be your champion feeder calf. We got our second place heifer out here in contention for your overall feeder calf. And again, I think it's close. I think they're both nice cattle. You just want to talk about cattle that pair up extremely well. I think that steer goes along with that heifer very nicely. He'll be reserved.
Reserve Supreme Feeder Cap shown by Camber Lichtenberg. Camber came out of the feeder steer division with the champion feeder steer. Congratulations. Entering the ring at this time, market heifers, class 23. We have one exhibitor. This gal weighs 1,050 pounds.
We start off here in our lightweight market heifer class in a single entry, but I think one that when we start to shift our priorities here away from these heifers and look at the market share on these market heifers, I think one that does a lot of things quite well. That one at the ground's got a big stout footed leg underneath. You step in behind and analyze, you're not disappointed. That one's really bold and expansive there behind her shoulder. Works back into a really stout hip. You know, maybe we'd like to see that one have a little bit more fat cover relative to her size out here. I don't know if that one's going to get a whole lot bigger from just a frame size standpoint, so I think we're starting to push toward 12 o'clock on her, but that one does handle hard. She's got a lot of stoutness and dimension when you step right in behind the cattle. Really nice single entry out here by herself. My congratulations to young lady.
First purple, shown by Josie Heller, class 23. Entering the ring at this time, class 24. Should have two exhibitors. These heifers weigh between 1206 and 1210. Second call, market steers, lightweight, class 27, 28, and 29. Second call, lightweight market steers, classes 27, 28, and 29.
this young man loop his black heifer in here behind the red heifer, and that's how we'll place these two. I think when you break down and analyze this red heifer lead off this class, is that one from a structural standpoint just 100% the most flexible? No, I won't say that she is, but when you really analyze and break her down just from a market fundamental standpoint, she handles with a very fresh shape right back there over a rib and a loin edge. I think that one, just in terms of body width, skeletal width from behind, is quite good. And it's all laid on a foundation of structural width. Big bolt center body in there. She handles good. That's a really nice one to start out with. Young man brings me more of a mellower finished heifer that's probably got a little bit more fat cover on her relative to the muscle shape that she has. I think that's a good kind of cattle. I like her flexibility. I like her performance out here. I just think for me, when we analyze these things from a muscularity standpoint, she needs to be looking for a little bit more both on the handle and just visually from behind. Nice pair of market heifers though. Good work to both of those two exhibitors.
Results from class 24. First purple, Claire Fromme. Second purple, Jackson Shutt. Entering the ring at this time, class 25. We have two exhibitors. The steers weigh 1,238 and 1,240 pounds. Heifers, market heifers.
Lenny, Rawson, you guys don't do anything, don't play in here, okay? Please. With all the...
I just remember.
We'll talk these two individually before we place them, just leave a little suspense to it, because I think it's a close pair of market heifers here. Talking to one in the first hole here right now, I think just initial impressions of that one is a really bold sprung, good body kind of heifer that reads with plenty of stoutness, plenty of foot and bone size at the ground, and then I think you get your hands on her. That one meets me with a little bit more muscle shape, a little bit more dimension there in behind her shoulder. That one definitely to me as well is kind of a little bit more finishing condition. There over her rib and her loin edge. Is that one just the soundest critter we've seen today? By no stretch, but again, we have to remember we're looking at market cattle that are intended for market use, not breeding stock. It's to pivot here. I think we got this heifer here in the 2 holes, probably just a little bit bigger outline, a little bigger scale. Stepping behind, I think that heifer could be one that you expect to be really, really bold in terms of her top line, the way she handles back over her rib and loin. And actually, I think that's where I was a little disappointed on that heifer, because I think she comes to me just a little bit barer there right behind her shoulder. Maybe not quite as expansive in terms of her muscle shape. It doesn't have the same kind of finish, as the one ahead of her. So I think with that, inversely, that heifer probably gets out here, moves around the ring just a little bit better, more comfortably. Again, the pair's close because I think they're a little bit different of where their advantages are. For me, I'm going to go ahead and make the call on using the heavier muscle heifer to be first in this class. Young lady that was sitting in the 1 hole win this class, young lady right behind her will be second. Big round of applause for those two.
Results, class 25. First purple, Brianna Marshall. Second purple, Piper America. Entering the ring at this time, class 26. Market heifers. This heifer weighs 1,400 pounds. At the conclusion of class 26, we'll make the selection of our champion market heifer. Flyweight market steers, you should be in the Gilhat Pavilion. Lightweight market steers, you should be in the Gilhat Pavilion. Classes 27, 28, 29. Middleweight market steers. Middleweight market steers, this is your first call.
Single entry here, kind of in the heavyweights here on the market heifers, and I think one that when you just analyze from a muscularity standpoint, you have to appreciate this one's getting up there closer to 12 o'clock. I think that one reads with a really fresh kind of shape there, back behind her shoulder, handles really square over a rib and a loin edge. Where we can take some issue with this heifer, I think, again, this is getting, kind of a second priority set, but from a structural standpoint, she's just a little bit more laborsome off either end of her skeleton, a little bit more upright the way she moves out her shoulder, and just a little bit more laborsome on that left rear specifically, just not the most comfortable out here. But again, keep it in mind that one's at 12 o'clock. I love the way her finish is proportionate to her muscle shape. Really nice one out here to round off our classes on these market heifers.
Results, class 26, first purple, declared in command. Entering the ring at this time will be our first and second purples from classes 23, 24, 25, and 26. From class 23, first purple, shown by Josie Heller, a 1,050-pound heifer. From class 24, first purple, shown by Claire Cromie, with a 1,260-pound market heifer. Also from class 24, second purple, shown by Jackson Shutt. Jackson's heifer weighed 1,210 is shown by Brianna Marshall, a 1,238-pound heifer. And the second purple in that class is shown by Piper Anothia. Piper had a 1,240-pound heifer. And for class 26, entering the ring, first purple, Jacoby Command. Her heifer weighs 1,400 pounds. Let's give these 6 exhibitors a nice round of applause. This is the selection of our champion market heifer.
I think when you break down and analyze all these Class 1 market heifers out here, the conversation becomes, we have different sizes, we have different weights, but what does that muscle and fat composition look like relative to their frame size? Because not every animal, is destined to be a 1,500-pound, 1,400-pound animal at finished weight. And so I think that's where you can have some discussion. To me, when we just check the basic boxes of just muscularity in terms of dimension, I think each of these class winners out here represents that well. So then we can go to our second priority set and get a little bit more picky on some pieces of structural quality and balance. And I'm going to be the first to tell you, I don't know that from a structural standpoint there's anything out here that's just quite perfect, and that's okay. That's not what these heifers are intended to do. These are market terminal projects, and so when we keep that in mind, I think we can get a bit more lax. And then again, balance and quality from the side, I think is where you go from there. Or which one of these heifers, paints the best picture from the side profile. We've established they all have enough muscle relative to their frame size. We like the way they're finished. And so to me, I think it really comes down between two of them. I think there's 2 cattle out here that do that well. I think there's subtle differences in between them. But for me, I think the young lady's red heifer out of that second class will be your champion. Young lady out of the third class will be the reserve.
Congratulations, champion market heifer, shown by Claire Crummy. Claire came out of class 24. Reserve champion market heifer, shown by Brianna Marshall. Brianna came out of class 25. Class 27, lightweight market steers. Lightweight market steers. We have 2 exhibitors. These steers weigh between 920 and 940 pounds. 920 and 940. Second call, middleweight market steers. Second call, middleweight market steers.
we'll work into our first class here on these steers, and obviously cattle that are a little lighter weight and not quite to their ideal endpoint yet, but I think we have a nice pair of them here with some differences to know. This kind of big round up steer here is going to be your class winner, and I think just when you analyze the cattle, in terms of the way that one's assembled when you study from behind, there's probably some pieces I like about him better. He hooks up stronger out of the backside of his shoulder. He needs a more consistent shape there over his rib and his loin edge. And then I think when you study him as he walks right away from you, that one remains more genuine in terms of his skeleton. Stays square underneath as he goes right away from me. Still gives me a nice look from the side. I think conversely, you step in behind the yellow steer in second, and immediately you look at the width and dimension that one has in terms of his upper hip, and you probably just want to mark the box and say that one's more consistent in terms of his muscle shape. And I actually think when you study the cattle as they go away, that's probably where I run into some issues with him. He's just not quite as square underneath. That one hooks up weaker behind his shoulder, and it just doesn't want to quite settle in to be a show steer today. But I think muscularity pieces to note there and the differences of those two cattle. Nice pair of them. My congratulations to both those exhibitors.
Results, class 27, first purple, Macy Cruz. Second purple, Tony Andrache. Entering the ring at this time, class 28. We have 3 exhibitors in this class. These steers weigh between 1,040 and 1,060 pounds. First call, heavyweights. First call, heavyweights. Second call, middleweights. Second call, middleweights.
Nice class of steers here, and again, cattle that probably aren't quite to their ideal endpoint, and we'll describe the differences, but I think each steer has a place in this class, and I put them accordingly where I think they belong. And to me, just we start to combine the most positives together. I think that's where you land on kind of this gray smoky calf here to go ahead and lead off. Just in terms of muscularity, that one reigns with the most shape behind his shoulder. I think when you step in behind, you have to appreciate the center body dimension in that calf. He's got a good bull rib cage in him. And then I think you get him out on the side profile here. And this one probably puts together the most pieces of balance and quality when we analyze him from that side profile. A really nice kind of just no holes calf to lead off with here. young man's going to bring me a steer out in second here. I wish we just saw this one with some more days on feed, just because I think in terms of just skeletal quality, he's probably as flexible and correct in terms of his structure and anything in this class. I just think that one to me reads a little bit too bare in terms of his cover and his finish out here. I need to see him just a little softer in terms of his body, a little closer to an ideal end point for him to move up in this class. Anyway, he's going to bring one out here. I think just in terms of muscle definition and shape, you could sure argue this one has the most of that in this class. But when you go and analyze there down his top line, he's probably the narrowest right there behind his shoulder, the barest in terms of his finish over his top line. And I think we'd like to see that one softened up in terms of his rib cage, just make it a bit more easier doing it in terms of his look. But nice trio of steers there here as we advance in weights. My congratulations to those three young people.
Results class 28 lightweight steers. First purple, Baylor Waddle. Second purple, Ben Clement. Receiving a blue ribbon, Ella Walsh. Entering the ring right now, class 29. We have three exhibitors. These steers weigh between 1,166 pounds and 1,220. Last call, middleweight market steers. Last call, middleweight market steers. Classes 30 and 31 should be in the Gilhatton Pavilion.
A nice trio here as we're working heavier weights here in our lightweight division. And I think a steer that just brings himself to the top just in terms of muscularity and dimension. You step in behind that steer, I think that one reads with plenty of skeletal width underneath. You get your hands on him, he's got a good shape back there over his rib and his loin. And I think there's some pieces we can appreciate about him from a balance standpoint. When he really wants to show himself off and present himself and give you a good look from his shoulder back, I think the pieces fit together quite well. Steer's probably pushing out of his chest just a little bit, but I think as time goes on, that one only gets better. Maybe just a little uncomfortable off those rear two, but I think a really nice steer to win this class. Young man's got this black calf out here in second, and he's doing a good job sticking with it, and I want to commend him for that. It's really hard when these cattle want to get a little rambunctious and not want to cooperate, so I will tell you though, when you get on top of that calf, he's got a really good shape coming out of his shoulder, works quite a bit of dimension there over his rib and his loin edge, and breathes with the right kind of finish and shape there over his top line. I think that's a really good calf to go second. Young man brings this Bronco face red steer out here in 3, and good, functional, practical kind of cattle. He's big frame, got some stretch, and got plenty of body just in terms of lower rib cage. I'd like to see that steer bolder in his upper rib well. I'd like to see him come with a bit more shape right there behind his shoulder, and maybe out a few more days and some extra cover to that one to move him up the lineup. Nice trio of these lightweight steers. My congratulations to those 3 young people.
Results, class 29, first purple, Aspen Dvorak, second purple, Jackson Shutt, receiving a blue ribbon, Hope Table. Entering the ring at this time will be the selection of our lightweight market steers. From class number 27, first purple shown by Mason Cruz. That's a 920-pound heifer. Or steer. Also from class 27, second purple shown by Tony Andrade, 940-pound steer. From class 28, first purple entering the ring, shown by Baylor Water. Baylor's steer weighed 1,060 pounds. Also from class 28, second purple, entering the ring, shown by Ben. Ben added 1,040 pounds here. And also from class 29, first purple, shown by Aspen Dvorak. Aspen's steer weighs 1,220 pounds. Second purple in that class, shown by Jackson Shutt. Jackson's steer weighs 1,210 pounds. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the selection of our lightweight market steer. Give these kids a nice round of applause.
Nice trio of class winners out here in our lightweight steer division, and even within the range, even within this break of weight division, we still have quite a bit of range just in terms of size and weight down here. But I think these cattle fit together well. I think you'll find me talking a lot about checking those basic boxes just in terms of market fundamentals. And once we know that we have enough muscle, we have enough shape, then we can get picky and start to pick on our second priority set, which is, more pieces of look, balance, and quality of structure. I think there's 2 steers out here to me that fit together quite nicely. I think they're a close pair. If you want to argue with me, you can. I'll absolutely listen to it. I'll go out here and give it one last look, and I'll shake the hands of your champion and your reserve lightweight steer out here.
Champion lightweight steer, shown by Aspen Dvorak. Reserve champion lightweight market steer, shown by Baylor Wallace. We're going to have just a second here. I need to make a quick announcement. For those of you that have been watching the show today, wondering who those sweet two young ladies are with the cameras, they are here with Abby Miller Photo. They are professional photographers that have been hired by the Saunders County Fair Board and the extension staff to take professional pictures of your 4-H'ers. Any of the pictures that they've taken in the ring, around the fairgrounds, maybe in the 4-H buildings, those pictures are all for sale. And you can go to Abby Miller's website, which we have business cards up here, and you can purchase those pictures. However, if you take your 4-H'er down to the northwest corner of the Galehat Pavilion, in front of the banner down there, and you ask them to take a picture, they will do those for free. Anything in front of the banner is free. I know I've been giving these two young ladies a hard time today, trying to keep them on the tips of their toes, doing a good job. And we just want to thank them for being here and thank the Fair Board and the extension staff for giving us this opportunity to have professional pictures of our kids. Yeah, give them a round of applause. You have no idea how many times I've given this young lady in the pink shirt around a hard time about tucking her shirt in on one side. Entering the ring at this time, class 30. Middleweight market steers. Class 30, middleweight market steers. These steers weigh between 1,300 and 1,332 pounds. We should have 5 exhibitors. Last call, heavyweight market steers. Last call, heavyweight market steers. First call, county bred and fed. First call, county bred and fed.
Well, really a fun trio of them here as we work into this more advanced weight group here in our first class of these medium weights. And I think we have three cattle out here that all deserve some discussion because I think albeit a little bit different in terms of what these kind of cattle are. I think they're three that represent quality. We'll start here off the third, one of the third row right now. And I think if you just want to talk about extremely practical, good kind of cattle, that's that steer 100%. I think that one relative to his frame size reads with a great amount of condition finish in terms of just cover over his rib and his loin relative to his muscularity. If I was feeding cattle in a feed yard setting, I would absolutely want a pen full of those because those are good kind of cattle. That's going to be a really good grading kind of steer that just reads with extreme practicality to me. We work our way onto the other end of the spectrum, and I think that's more represented these two steers that are ahead of him here as they sit right now. And I think this White Sox steer here is one. Again, he's got enough muscle. I think he handles with a really fresh shape back there behind his rib and over his loin edge. And then when you just study him from the ground up, I think that one comes with plenty of skeletal width as he goes right away from me. If we could enhance him in an area or two, maybe we'd like to make that steer balance up just a little bit better from the side profile. I think that calf could use just a few pieces of freshening him up there on the top side of his shoulder, over the crest of his neck there, and he's probably just a little bit more conventional in terms of his chest floor. Another good heavy muscle kind of steer sitting there right now. And we'll work to this third calf in here. I think on the standstill, if you want to talk about one that checks the boxes, muscularity, having plenty of finish and cover out here, I think that steer does that quite well. And then to take it a step further, when you get that one set up and propped up from the side profile, that's when we can really start to add some of the extras on it. I think that steer head of his shoulder reads really good in terms of his look. I think from his shoulder back, the proportionality, the levelness in terms of his top line's quite nice. Is that steer just the most flexible in terms of his lower joints? I wouldn't say that he is, but I think that steer's plenty mobile and flexible for his size out here. I think you have three really high quality steers out here, all just a little bit different in terms of muscle and composition, but I think three good kind of cattle nonetheless. For me, when we just talk about that priority set that I've been hammering home all day, they got to have enough muscle, they got to have enough shape, and then we can worry about the extras. For me, that's going to be that long steer up front to win this class. I think that one combines a lot of pieces really well. We'll follow them up, and honestly, I'm going to leave them the way they set. I think this White Sox steer mimics him close, just in terms of having those extra pieces of look and quality. Young man brings maybe just a little bit of serious, more conventional in his look to be third, but I think from a dollars and cents standpoint, that one might be as good as any of them. Work down the lineup here, and I think we got a pair of cattle that if we could just enhance them in terms of muscularity and dimension when we step in behind, I think those cattle can start to move up the lineup pretty quickly. For me, those cattle just aren't stout enough in terms of dimension from behind, in terms of shape over their top line. Maybe like to see that steer round off the class be just a little bit more mellow in terms of his condition, be a little softer in terms of his rib cage. Really nice trio steers up top, good class from all the way through.
Results class 30, middleweight market steer. First purple, Leona Command. Second purple, Lake Waddle. Receiving blue ribbons, Tucker Cruz, Riker Marshall, Andrew Merida. count.
Well, close pair of steers here in this medium weight division, and I think both these are good kind of cattle. And I'll just talk some differences here before I share my placing on these two. And we'll start with the red steer here in the two-hole right now. And I think that's one that, again, the words that come to mind to describe him is just very practical. That's a really good rib kind of steering. He's got plenty of turn and dimension there through his center body. I think when you step in and analyze the cattle from behind, that one's got plenty of shape working out of the back of his shoulder. Is he the freshest in terms of his covering and the way he touches back there over his rib and his loin? I don't know that he is, but I do think that one, from a skeletal standpoint, as he goes away from you, very genuine, reads with a lot of width up top. Probably one that I think maybe just doesn't gravitate to or grab your attention right at first, just because he's a little harder haired out here. And mostly we got the really highly presented one that's got that really loose, soft hair coat there. And I think that's one that you have to appreciate just in terms of how pliable and soft he is in terms of his center body. I think if we start to break and analyze that one down, I was actually a little disappointed when I got my hands on those calibers. Not quite as much right behind that one shoulder as I was hoping for. And then from a skeletal standpoint, the pieces don't quite fit together as well for me. I think that steer needs to be pointing more north and south in terms of his front feet. I'd like to see him set back in his shoulder ever so slightly and use his knee more comfortably. But no doubt, one that I think just, if you want to describe him, is just really pliable and practical in terms of his center body. I think the pair's close because I think these cattle, maybe the initial impression of them would make you think otherwise. But for me, I think just when you start to put the most pieces together, the steer that probably has the most positives going to be that red calf in the two-hole. He'll win this class, and he'll be right in front of him every second. Good pair of steers.
Results class 31, first purple, shown by Sutton. Second purple, shown by Fiona Garage. Last call, heavyweight Martin Spears. You should be in the Gilham Pavilion. First call, County Bred Head. First call, County Brandon Litt. Entering at this time, this will be the selection of your middleweight Martin Steer from class 30, first purple, shown by Fiona Command. Fiona had a 1,332-pound steer. Second purple from that class, shown by Leighton Waddle. Leighton had a 1,300-pound steer. From class 31, entering the ring, Sutton Tinkle, the 1,350-pound steer. Sutton had first purple. Also coming in the ring, Fiona Command. She had second purple in that class with a 1,340-pound steer. Get two. Give these kids a round of applause. Give these kids a round of applause.
A really nice middleweight division steers here, and I think a pair of class winners out here that are very, very respectable in their own right. Probably a little different kind of cattle, and we talked about that in class on these two, what these two represent and what's good and what the positives are in those. I think it's a nice pair of steers. We'll pick a champion and we'll drop a second out here for reserve consideration, but give these middleweight exhibitors a big hand if you would. Really good steers. Congratulations. Entering the ring at this time, class 32, heavyweight Martin Steers. Heavyweight Martin Steers. Steers range from 1,382 to 1,400 pounds. 1,382 to 1,400 pounds. We should have 3 exhibitors.
It's 2 o'clock. Or do you not work?
County bred and fed, classes 34, 35, and 36. This is your last call. Classes 34, 35, and 36. Last call.
Well, good trio of steers, and I'll just tell you what I'm seeing in these cattle because I think there's a lot of differences, and so I think arriving on a place that makes sense can be sort of challenging in a class like this because there's some things that are maybe working together on some of these cattle that maybe after initial impressions you didn't think. And we'll just start here at the front end, and I think the young man brings me a calf that, again, the words that come to mind, extremely practical. I think that steer in terms of rib cage and center bodies are quite good there. I think that one reads really mellow in terms of his finish and his condition down his top line, back there over his rib and loin. Is that one the heaviest muscle in here? No, I don't think that he is. Is he light muscle? Absolutely not. And to me, I think it loans to his favor in a few spots because when you get this one out here in motion, I probably argue that one from a flexibility standpoint is as good as any of these three steers. I think that one gets out, motors around the ring quite nicely. From a balance and profile standpoint, I think from his shoulder back, that steer's really good. He's starting a little mature and a little planter there ahead of his shoulder, a little bit planter there on the top side of his neck, but I think that's one that if you want to just put a stamp on, he's definitely a flexible, really good structured calf in here. I think that's a very solid kind of cattle. Working with the one that's currently sitting here in the two-hole, and I think this is where I would tell you some things are deceiving to me because when he comes in, you initially take a look at that steer, he's probably a little bit more prominent in the way that his shoulder blade sets into him. He's a little coarse remain up front there, and it probably kind of jams him the way he's assembled ahead of his shoulder together, just a little tighter. I think that steer's a little plainer there up front, but I will say for being a little bit coarser and more prominent in his shoulder, I think that calf still gets out motors extremely well out here, all things considered. From there back, that steer's big backed. He's got a big shape over his rib and his loin edge, and I think that one handles incredibly fresh in terms of his condition and shape over his top line. For me, if we can enhance him in a few spots, maybe smooth him up a little bit more in his shoulder, give him just a little extra extension and look ahead of his shoulder blade, and then drop him ever so slightly in his flank to enhance his balance from there back. As we look to probably the outlier here, in my opinion, in a few areas, this is where it becomes challenging because I think that steer combines two of the things that we really like from both of these cattle. From a muscularity and composition standpoint, I think that calf's really robust in terms of the shape over his top line. He has quite a bit of finish and reads with that fresh shape while still having plenty of condition and cover out here. I think where we can start to pick this one apart a little bit is actually he's probably a bit more upright in terms of his shoulder blade, maybe not quite as comfortable in utilizing his knee when he gets out in motion, but that's a big-ended kind of cattle. He's tall up at the top of his shoulder, he's really extended their head of his shoulder, and I think when you get him behind, I wouldn't call that one light muscle by any stretch. He's just a little different package, a little different frame, and a little different speed than the other two in here. I think the placing becomes challenging here because I think there's qualities about all three animals that if you could put together, we'd have a show steer that everybody would fall in love with. But there's a lot of differences in these three cattle. For me, when we just talk about muscularity and dimension, I think all these cattle are good enough there. I think all these cattle have pieces of balance and pieces of quality in terms of their build. For me, I'm going to go with my initial impression. The steer that struck me the hardest as they came out was the young lady in the middle. She'll win this class. Young lady right behind her will be second. Young man up front will be third. Really nice class of heavyweight steers.
Class 33. Results in Class 32. First purple, Claire Trophy. Second purple, Amory Husbashell. Receiving the blue ribbon, Grant Berry. Last call, County Bred Cadet, classes 34, 35, 36. County Bred Cadet, 34, 35, 36. Last call. Second call, class 37, 38. At the end of the selection of the Supreme Champion Market Meat Show, I will need the following 4-Hers to come to the announcer's box prior to that selection. We're counting for the 2025 meat rated meat results. Those 10 4-Hers are Tony Androcek, Kelvin Tuig, Tierney Tuig, Bailey Waddle, Brindley Lacey, Andrew Benita, Jack Cruz, Piper Luca, Leighton Waddle, Casey Cruz. I will need those 10 individuals to report to the announcer's box right before the selection of the Supreme Champion Market Meat. The top 10
I didn't wait to think I'm cuckoo.
Another challenging trio of steers here, and I think, again, similar to the last class, I don't know if we have one out here that just does everything that we want, and that's okay. I think all three of these cattle have good pieces when we just analyze them as individuals versus necessarily compared back to the others in this class. And so again, I'm just going to break them down. I'm going to tell you what I'm seeing. We'll start up here with the young lady's calf up front, and I think that's a steer just in terms of handling quality, in terms of having the right kind of composition, muscle relative to fat cover. I think that steer reads really well there. He's good over his rib, he's good over his loin edge. He's got a good amount of cover over that rib, back over there over his rib cage. And I think that's one from that standpoint you have to appreciate. We'll get a little picky on him, and I think that comes when we get this steer propped up on the side and in motion. He's a little bit more laborsome in the way he gets off those rear two, probably just a little shallower in terms of his heel, a little bit more upright and uncomfortable in terms of his pasture, and maybe doesn't just give us the most balanced look that we want to seek out of that calf sometimes. Probably just a little tighter in terms of his flank, but I think a really good handling kind of individual there. Young lady's road up calf here in the 2-hole right now. I think is one, again, similar to that steer that was in the 1-hole in the last class. I think that's when you just stamp it as the really sound mane, good structured kind of calf that reads with a good mellow finish. He's smooth to the touch. That one's got plenty of cover back over his rib and his loin edge. Is that one the stoutest? I don't think he is. I think that's where you want to pick him apart. You'd like to see that one just be a little stronger and broader the way he looks up out of the back of his shoulder and carries that back into his hip. So again, we probably have a little bit of a question mark there from just a pure muscularity standpoint. But I think relative to his size, that calf gets out here, motors around the ring, exceptionally comfortable for this advanced weight. And then we went to the gray calf here on the end, and I think that's one, if you want to just break down muscularity, shape, and dimension, that's the calf in this class that has all the ESTs or the most of those qualities in this class. Where we can run into some issues on this steer is from a structural standpoint, and sometimes he wants to get a little lazy on the halter out here and show some of those flaws a little bit more. I think that steer's a little coarse in terms of his joint work. He doesn't quite point north and south enough for me in terms of his front feet, but I think from his shoulder back, you have to appreciate the balance on that steer when he wants to pick himself up and put himself together. Again, I think it's a really challenging trail because I don't know if there's a perfect answer out here because all these steers could be different in places. For me, though, when we just start to combine the most positives and put those pieces together, I think we come to a placing that can make some sense because it's a challenging trio, and I don't know if there's any right way to place it. For me, though, when we just talk about handling quality, when we talk about having enough muscle, being sound enough from a structural standpoint, I think that steer up front's the one that puts all those pieces together. For me, it's hard to get past all the muscle in that gray calf. There'll be 2 in this class. One lady with kind of that round up steer here is going to be 3rd just from a muscularity standpoint. A really competitive trio of steers out here. My congratulations to these 3 young ladies.
Results, class 33. First, purple, Shea Musmichelle. Second, purple, Brinkley Lacey. Also receiving a purple ribbon, Allison Brezach. At this time, we'll make the selection of our champion heavyweight market steer. 32, first purple shown by Claire Cromie, 1,396-pound steer. Second purple shown by Camry Husbashell, 1,400-pound steer. From class 33, first purple shown by Shay Husbashell. Shay steer weighs 1,445 pounds. Second purple from class 33, shown by Brinkley Lacey, a 1,425-pound steer. Let's give these kids a nice round of applause. This is the selection of our champion heavyweight Martin steer.
A couple of really solid class winners and seconds out here in this heavyweight division, and we spent time at length talking these cavalry class because I think there's a lot of differences. I don't think any of these steers look quite the same, and so to me, I feel like from a judge's perspective, I just want to give you the whole story on what I'm really feeling and what I'm seeing out here, because that's where we can have some discussion, because I think as long as we're seeing the same things, placings become a little arbitrary just because these cattle are extremely different. There's a lot of differences to note in these steers. I think at the end of the day, when you really get to studying these things and who combines the most positives, who can get out here at these more advanced weights and really move around, there's two of them that come to my mind that need to be the ones that are champion and reserve out here in this heavyweight division. I know we have a bred and fed show to do after this, but just wanted to make a few comments on this division. I'll go out and shake the hand of your champion. We'll drop a second back in there for reserve consideration.
Champion heavyweight Martin steer shown by Claire Cromie. Claire came out of class 32 with a 1,396-pound steer. The reserve champion heavyweight Martin steer came out of class 32 as well. That steer is shown by Camry Husbashell. That reserve champion steer weighed 1,400 pounds. selection of our Grand Champion Market Steer and Reserve Grand. Selection of our Grand Champion Market Steer, Reserve Grand Champion Market Steer. From the lightweight division, Class 29, Aspen DeWarrick with a 1,220-pound steer. Our reserve lightweight champion market steer was shown by Baylor Waddle. Baylor came out of Class 28 with 1,060-pound steer. Our champion middleweight market steer is shown by Fiona Cadan. Fiona came out of Class 30. She had a 1,332-pound steer. The reserve champion middleweight market steer also came from Class 30. It was shown by Leighton Waddle. Leighton has a 1,300-pound steer. The champion heavyweight market steer is shown by Claire Cromie. Claire comes out of Class 32. Her steer weighs 1,396 pounds. The reserve champion heavyweight market steer also came out of Class 32. It's shown by Cambry Michelle. Cambry's steer weighs 1,400 pounds. These are the best steers in the county right here. Let's give them a big round of applause.
Well, really nice lineup of division-winning cattle out here in this market steer show, and I think, again, I've said it before today, I said it in the heifer show, and I'm excited to see what these county bred and fed cattle look like behind them. But this is one of the most competitive county fairs you'll find across the United States, and you exhibitors are putting the work at home. You guys are doing it, working exceptionally hard at this, and so my biggest compliments to all you exhibitors, all you parents that are at home helping them get it done. I think we have 3 extremely respectable division winners and 3 very nice reserves out here, and I think there's a couple of them out here that just piece together pretty well when we get these cattle all lined up out here. I'll give them one last look. I'll go try to be a champion in a reserve market steer, and then we'll move into the bred and feds, but one more time, give these market steer exhibitors a big round of applause.
Stepping up in the alignment, the reserve champion middleweight steer shown by Leighton Waddle. Reserve champion market steer shown by Claire Cromie. Claire came out of Class 32. Congratulations. Entering the ring at this time, county bred and fed. County bred and fed. We want to take a moment, we want to thank the breeders within the county that provided the camps for this county bred and fed. We have the Nelson Show cattle, Donahue Shorthorns, Barta Family Farms, Tui Family Farms, Andrache Family Farms, Marshall Family Farms, Edmonton Family Farms, and Bertha Cruz Family Farms. Thank you to all of those producers for these animals.
Looking at this county bred fed market show, a young man brings me a nice calf. I think just one that we've talked about, just in a lot of, I think you can talk about it in a lot of ways. This one's flexible. I think this one reads with a really good rib shape. And I think relative to her frame size, she's starting to lay on some cover there quite nicely. If we could enhance her, maybe we'd like to square her up and level her up the way she utilizes her hip. She's just a little bit more insecure when she gets out in motion. But I think nonetheless, a really nice time to have her to be standing out here by herself in this bred and fed market show. My congratulations to the young man.
Results class 34, receiving first purple, Tony Andronche. Entering the ring at this time, class 35, county bred and fed. Should have two exhibitors. These two steers weigh between 1,035 and 1,066 pounds. County bred and fed, class 37 and 38. You should be in the Gilhat Pavilion.
We'll switch this pair of heifers around from the way they came in, but I don't think that's to say that there's not quality in both of these cattle. I think for me, when you just start to analyze muscularity and dimension, that's where the red heifer wins this class for me. I think stepping behind, that one's quite a bit square right there behind her shoulder, works more dimension back there over rib and loin, back out through her hip. I think that one meets the ground, a little extra stoutness and foot and bone size as well. If we could change her, maybe just like to see her with a little bit more comfort in the way she puts that rear paster to the ground. She's just a little bit more rigid in that hind leg construction out here. But I think nonetheless, good heavy muscle kind of heifer to win this class. young ladies heifer that's going to be 2 in this class, I think is one just the opposite. We'd probably say that one is just the more flexible option that gets out here and moves with a little bit more ease and comfort. For me, if we could change her though, I think, and this is what I think she gets beat, I'd like to see that one coming from a square, more or less shape right there over the top side of the rib cage. She's just a little bit flatter and plainer to the touch out here, but really nice pair of heifers. A good job to these 2 young ladies.
Results class 35. First purple, Lillian Marshall. Second purple, Tierney Tuig. Entering the ring at this time, class 36, County Bred Head. We have 2 exhibitors. Steers went between 11:25 and 12:16.
A good pair of steers here. We'll just talk about these 2 before we place them. And we'll start going back with the young man's steer. I think that's a calf that just in terms of, ability to flesh and go out there and be a good grading kind of steer, you have to appreciate that one's laying quite a bit of fat cover down. And pretty apparent from the study here. That one's got quite a bit of fat there in his columns, laying down there in his chest floor. So from a grading standpoint, when we think about these things when they go and get harvested, that one's got a lot of potential there. I think for me, if we could see that one come a little squarer and stouter in terms of as much as shape from behind, that's probably where we can enhance that calf. Young lady that's got the calf up front, I think probably combines a few more pieces in my mind. I think that steer reads with good shape up high. I think he's mellow in terms of his finish. Maybe not quite as much as a steer comparatively speaking that's behind her, but I think that calf, just in terms of his structure, is one that you have to appreciate. A little bit more sure fruit out of his hip and hind leg, the way he hinges and puts that rear leg to the ground. And when you get him behind the calf, there's a little bit more muscle shape and dimension. For me, I think when you start to combine it and think about that in your mind, young lady's calf's going to win this class. Just combining the best pieces together, your man's going to be second right behind her.
Results class 36. First purple, Mason Cruz. Second purple, Andrew Medina. Entering the ring at this time, class 37. There are 4 head, 4 forehead, class 37.
Real solid top pair of steers here, and we'll just talk these two. I'll start with the white gray calf. Excuse me. I think that's one that when you get your hands on, he's a good run handling kind of steer. I like his body shape. I like his rib cage. I think he reads with quite a bit of shape. They're back over his rib and his loin, and really expressive and fresh in his shape there. I think when you get him behind the counter, a calf gets out there and tracks pretty genuine and squares. He goes right away from me. Probably a steer that we're called just a little bit more conventional in terms of his look ahead of his shoulder. He's a little bit shorter couple there in his neck and a little plainer there on the top side of his neck and there in his chest floor. Just the opposite here with this round-up calf. I think that's a steer that probably reads from a balance and proportionality standpoint. Really nice from his shoulder back. I think you get your hands on that steer. He's a little bit more mellow in terms of his finish and cover there over his rib and loin. I think that calf's a little better in terms of his rib cage. And probably when we just start to analyze from a structural standpoint, there's some things I like about that calf better. It's a close pair. I think they're both really good kind of market cattle. For me, I'm going to leave them as they stood when they came in. Young man's run calf will this class. Young man with the gray calf will be second. Work down the lineup here, and I think we have two really practical kind of steers. For me, the young man that's going to come out in third probably just does so. Well, we're just working some extra shape in there behind that calf shoulder. Reads with more turn to his upper rib cage, and then just comes back to a little wider base, a little bit more turn through the outward portion of that one stifle. Young man brings a big, high-performing, practical kind of steer. For me, I'd like to see him enhanced in terms of muscle shape, and probably have just a few more days on feet to soften him up in terms of that rib cage. I get a little bit more cover and condition on him. A nice class of steers, though. My congratulations to those four.
Results class 37. First purple, Jackson Drews. Second purple, Grant Berry. Receiving blue ribbons, Tucker Barta, Kelby Tuick. Entering the ring at this time, class 38. Class 38, we have three exhibitors. Each steers weigh between 13.55 and 13.95.
a good pair of steers here in the top end of this class. And I think cattle probably just a little different in terms of how it presented out here today. Young man's kind of short horn bearing steer is one that definitely is a little softer haired and very high presented. He's done a good job of that one at home this summer. And then the young lady's got this baldy calf here that's a little harder haircut, but I think when you really break that one down, there's a lot of good pieces to like in that calf. We'll just talk these two real fast here. I think this baldy steer, when you get in behind and study the calf, that one comes loaded up with muscle and shape from behind. I think that one's really laying that fat cover very nicely back there over his top line. Reads with a good fresh kind of shape. Harder handling kind of steer. And I think when you analyze that one from a structural standpoint too, I think you have to appreciate it. Gets out here and moves about the ring pretty comfortably, getting up into these more advanced weights. Just the inverse here with the young man short horn bearing steer. I think that calf probably has the extra pieces just in terms of some performance. I think that one from a presentation standpoint, and then just when we study some pieces of balance and quality, that calf probably holds the advantage. He's a little bit more extended there ahead of his shoulder. I think when he wants to really stop and present himself, you like that look from his shoulder back. He needs good proportion and kind of steer. So I think they're both really nice kind of cattle. I think both of them have plenty of muscle and shape. For me, we'll probably just go with a few extra pieces of balance and quality from the side. Young man will win the class. Young lady right behind him will be second. Work off here to third place. I think we got a steer that just from a practical standpoint, you have to appreciate the kind of cattle. That one's good and pliable in terms of his rib cage. He reads plenty easily feeding in terms of his look. I think when I get my hands on him, it kind of confirms what my eye can see. That steer's just flatter made there right out of the backside of the shoulder and lighter in terms of muscularity. I think calf's going to have to appreciate his length, his flexibility, and the kind of fat cover he's starting to lay down. I just don't know if there's quite enough muscle in that steer to slide him up in the lineup. Good trio of steers. Congrats to those three.
back on track. At this time, we'll make the selection of our Champion County bred and fed market beef. Entering the ring at this time is our class winners for first purple and second purple. From class 34, Tony Project showed the first purple with the 984-pound hit. From class 35, first purple was shown by William Marshall. Williams now places out pound. Second purple also enters the ring, shown by Terry Tuitt with a 1,035-pound hit. From class 36, first purple shown by Mason Cruz. Mason has a 1,125-pound spear. Second purple, class 36, was shown by Andrew Edina. Andrew had a 1,216-pound spear. From class 37, first purple, shown by Jackson Cruz. Jackson had a 1,290-pound spear. Second purple, shown by Grant Berry, a 1,260-pound spear. From class 38, first purple, shown by Casey Cruz. Casey has a 1,338-pound spear. Also from class 38, second purple, shown by Piper Anovka. Piper has a 1,395-pound spear. Ladies and gentlemen, these steers were all bred, raised, fed, and shown at the Saunders County Fair. Let's give them a round of applause. That's a huge accomplishment for the county.
Well, again, to echo what Mark just said, I think it's awfully neat to have a division like this. I think it's great of you young people to either be keeping your business locally or raising these cattle yourself, and so that's a big compliment to you exhibitors. We have 5 really nice class winners out here, and some really good seconds sitting out in the makeup ring. I think there's 3 or 4 of them out here you can make the case for me. I'll go shake the hands of your champion, and we'll drop a second out there for contention for reserve. But big round of applause to these young folks one more time. Really, really neat division.
Yeah.
Champion County bred and fed market beef shown by Jackson Cruz. Jackson came out of class 37 with a 1,290-pound steer. Reserve Champion County bred and fed shown by Grant Berry. Grant also came out of class 37 with a 1,260-pound steer. Congratulations. At this time, yeah, give a round of applause. At this time, we'll make the selection of our Supreme Champion Market Beef and Reserve Supreme Champion Market Beef. But before we do that, I'm going to make some thank yous. I always wait till the end of the show to do this, and these folks have been working their tails off. I want to let them know that I really appreciate it. Folks, first off, two gentlemen in the ring, Bo Hartman and Ryan Colson. Thank you guys. Really appreciate you being here. You've been doing this for a long time. We keep asking you back because you do it right. So thank you. Yeah, give a round of applause. I want to thank the gals from Abby Miller Photography. They've been here all day for the whole fair, putting up with me. And I appreciate them spending, gosh, they've been here almost 6.5 hours taking pictures. Thank you to them. Thank you to Ryan, or to, give them a round of applause. Thank you to Andrew and Katie Donahue, Kim Turnwall, Mike and Wendy Settles, and Michaela Settles. There are superintendents for the show along with Ryan Colson. Thank you to them. Cole Meter and your staff at the Extension Office as well as the Fair Board. You make this happen. You make dreams and memories for many little kids. Thank you. Entering the ring at this time will be the selection of our Supreme Champion Market Beef. From Class 24, your champion market heifer. Nope. I did have it right, by golly. I've been here 6.5 hours too. Okay, champion market heifer from Class 24, shown by Claire Cromie. Claire had a 1,206-pound heifer. The reserve champion market heifer, also in the ring from Class 25, shown by Brianna Marshall. Brianna had a 1,238-pound heifer. The grand champion market steer from Class 30, shown by Fiona Command. Fiona came in with a 1,332-pound steer. The reserve champion market steer, shown by Claire Cromie. Claire came out of Class 32. Claire has a 1,396-pound steer. The champion county bred and fed, shown by Jackson Drews out of Class 37, a 1,290-pound steer. The reserve champion county bred and fed market beef, shown by Grant Berry. Grant came out of Class 37 with a 1,260-pound steer. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the selection of our Supreme Champion Market Beef. Give them a round of applause. The kids deserve it. Our judge today lives in O'Neill, Nebraska, originally from North Central Indiana. He grew up involved in the family's farming and diversified cow-calf feeding operation. He attended Black Hawk College in Illinois and then transferred to Kansas State University, where he graduated with a bachelor's degree in animal science and industry. Justin judged livestock competitively at both institutions. He was a senior collegiate academic All-American livestock judge and a member of the 2020 Kansas State University National Championship Livestock Judging Team. Currently, he is employed as a risk management advisor at Blue Reef Agri-Marketing, where he focuses on helping cattle producers manage their price, risk in the markets. Outside of work, Justin and his newlywed wife, Sophia, are actively involved in the cattle business, working to grow their own cow herd. Justin has judged livestock shows across the Midwest and believes youth livestock shows are the best way to elevate the next generation of agricultural leaders. Ladies and gentlemen, from O'Neill, Nebraska, Justin Slayball.
really fun day. First and foremost, everybody ringside, a lot of you were involved in helping plan shows, helping put on shows, but I want you guys all to give a big round of applause to the folks putting this on. They've done an exceptional job today. Cattle have been good, the kids have been even better today, and like I said earlier, when I got the call to come back to Saunders County again this year, it was a no-brainer. These kids are awesome to work with, these cattle are very good. And you know, we probably have moved just a little slow today, and I apologize for that, but when you get these shows that have a lot of top-end quality, I think I owe it to these kids to make sure they understand from a judge's perspective what I see. We don't necessarily have to agree on every little placing here and there, but at the end of the day, I hope you feel you've had your livestock described accurately and you feel like you've had the time needed to really analyze it and give you a good, true, fair look in this. I'll tell you this too, kids that are out here, not just kids that are out here, kids at the barn, kids that are out here, please, go give mom and dad a big hug when this heal's all over. You don't do this by yourself, you do it with a team, and each and every one of you must have a great support team to care enough to keep you involved in a project like beef cattle that takes so much time, that take a lot of commitment. I don't really have too many other words of wisdom other than use this as a stepping stone to your next stop, and don't stop pursuing greatness, because we need great leaders, we need good young people, and the best young people in the country start in the livestock industry. I truly believe that. So guys, with that being said, I'll put the mic down, I'll go crown you a champion of reserve. Go ahead and give these kids one last big round of applause.
Supreme Champion Market Beef Show by Fiona Command. Fiona came out of class 30. In memory of the Peter Command, in memory of Pete Cruz, thank you. His family and his wife is here to present to Fiona the traveling trophy that Fiona will get to take home. And so congratulations to Fiona, and thank you to the Cruz family. Reserve Supreme Champion Mark Beef, shown by Claire Cromie. Claire Cromie came out of class 32. At this time, I need all of the participants in the top 10 rate of gain to please come into the show ring. This includes Kelby Tuig, Tony Andrachek, Tierney Tuig, Jack Drews, Baylor Waddle, Brindley Lacey, Andrew Benega, Casey Drews, Piper Anoka, Leighton Walker. Should have at least 10 exhibitors. Okay, I got 7. Who else? There's 8. Here's 9. Here's number 10. Hot dog. He did it. Okay, all the market animals are weighed in each year in the wintertime, in January and in March or February, and we get a starting weight. We've calculated the average daily gains for these animals, and these 10 individuals have the top 10 rated gains for their animals. Here we go. In 10th place, with an average daily gain of 1.32 pounds per day, Tony Andrade. In 9th place, with an average daily gain of 1.42 pounds per day, Tierney Tuig. In 8th place, with an average daily gain of 1.66 pounds per day, Jack Rhodes. In 7th place, with an average daily gain of 2.15 pounds per day, Piper Anovka. In 6th place, with an average daily gain of 2.25 pounds per day, Blake Walker. With an average daily gain of 2.3 pounds per day, in 5th place, Kason Rudes. In 4th place, with an average daily gain of 2.33 pounds per day, Andrew Governor. In 3rd place, with an average daily gain of 2.42 pounds per day, Ridley Lacey. Okay, there's 2 exhibitors left. I want everybody else to take 2 steps back. I want my 2 exhibitors are left to take 2 steps forward. So which one of you won? You have no idea? You think she did? You think he did? Maybe? Okay. If I read you their tag number, would you know who won? You wouldn't have a clue. Alright, that's alright. I'm going to go ahead and read the names. Is that alright? Here we go. In 2nd place, with an average daily gain of 2.72 pounds per day, Baylor Walker. That means in 1st place with an average daily gain of 3.28 pounds per day, Kelby Tuig. Congratulations to all 10 of you. Bucket calves. Alright, so in the ring at this time we have the bucket calf division. These young 4-H'ers have turned in record books, and they've kept records of their calves. I think there's some pictures and whatnot in there too, that they have all filed into this bucket calf report. At the present time, the judge is going through, and he's inspecting the calves for health. And in a second, we'll be checking them for their showmanship abilities.
Here. Thank you.
No hurry.
All right, we're sitting over here tabulating results, spilling water all over the computer, arguing over ribbons. We've had a very difficult decision. Almost had to break down the rest of the judge, but I think I got him convinced. He took one look at how big I am in comparison to him. He adjusted his attitude. All right, are we ready? We must start top and bottom. Right, let's start with number 7. Start number 7. All right, here we go. In 7th place. When we say your name, raise your hand. In 7th place with 84 points, Wyatt Meyer. There he is. Give him a round of applause. In 6th place, with 85 points, Hadley Stolman. Where you at, Hadley? There she is. In 5th place, with 86 points, Caleb Nielsen. This little feller down here on the end is smiling from year to year. He just realizes he's at least 4th place. Good for him. In 4th place, 89 points, Summer Hansen. What? We have a tie? Wow, how'd that happen? We've got a tie for 2nd place. All right, there's a tie for 2nd place. Our official's going to have to go back. He's got to make a decision on who should deserve 2nd. So you know who the 3 are that don't have envelopes yet. Step up your game. Step up your game. Here we go. No. You got it? You know what you're doing. I have not questioned you all day. Very much. In 3rd place with 90 points, Macy Meyer. 3rd place. In 2nd place with 90.0001 points, Mason Trenton. That means in 1st place with 91 points, Bailey Pilot. she is. Congratulations to all the kids. Thank you for coming to the beef show today. We look forward to seeing you tomorrow morning. Hawk Show.